This is why we need new AV system. This is why we need new AV system. I believe so, yeah. But the system just crashed, I think. Up there. There we go. For about a year. But
good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a little bit after 7, February 10th, 2022. Welcome to the City Commission meeting of Lake County, Florida. Is Pastor Terry Benton here? Yes, sir. Would you come up and do our invocation, please, sir?
Let's start prayer. Come, Holy Spirit, and fill this place. We ask for an atmosphere of civility, driven by a desire for our common purpose, to build a better community and a bright future. We ask for wisdom that the decisions made here tonight will be framed with knowledge of issues, respect for diverse opinions, and regard for our neighbor. Guide us, direct us all. We give thanks in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda? That's unusual. Hearing none, we will move on to item 4, approval of minutes. Anybody have any corrections or problems with the minutes as presented? I did not. I'll entertain a motion.
I got one question. One of the items that showed that we approved the flying of the flag on May in City Hall. I thought
We did not, you're right.
I thought we postponed that to be talked about.
You are correct, sir.
And 8. Public forum. The first one.
Oh, there it is.
third one. I thought we decided to delay that to discuss that.
We did, well, it was a 2-2, so it did not pass. And that, we did talk about discussing it again at a future date, but we didn't make it an agenda item this time. If you'd like to bring that up, your,
We'll see how the meeting goes.
If you don't have time today, you want to put on the agenda for next month?
or
Or a workshop.
or maybe a workshop, which I'm gonna be proposing one with.
Yeah, we can vote on a workshop.
I know, we don't need to. We talked about that. We'll have a couple of things coming up about workshop and also a special meeting later in this meeting.
Very well.
All right, was that with that discussion over the minutes?
Yeah, just to back up, and I couldn't find it in the past, I was just wondering is if you could slide, 10B as far as new business next to 9A, which is old business, because I believe they dovetail.
One more time there.
10B under new business, I'd like to have it in conjunction with or before 9A, old business. Because to me, they're very much part of the same conversation. I don't see how you can have one conversation without the other.
Which, you talking about the old?
No, it's not, that's today's agenda. It's at the bottom of page 3. 10B.
10B is hiring, under new business, is hiring 3 new employees.
10B before 9A.
Okay, any objections to moving 10B up next to 9A?
New employees is,
It's new business, but, and salary line
that's old.
Yeah, they fit in the different categories, that's why they were put that way in the agenda, but discussing them at the same time does make some sense. Although, I think we could probably manage the discussion either way. Because we can talk about anything we want under discussion.
Well, okay.
Because their salaries.
True.
Their salaries are, so.
Okay.
I'm ambivalent either way. I agree, Mayor. We'll get
Yeah, I'm not
discussing
gonna
any
do
of
it,
that.
but if we feel strongly about it, when we get there, just start talking, we won't stop. Okay. Where were we?
Motion to approve the minutes of the meeting next month.
Anybody have a motion?
You just.
Mayor Connell moved and, excuse me, Vice Mayor Connell moved and Commissioner Eckert seconded. Motion to approve minutes, all in favor? Any opposed? No. Motion carries, minutes are approved. Yes,
We do roll call. Roll call?
well, everybody's here.
I know. Gotta do it officially.
Would you please announce yourselves for the record?
Sure, Zone 1 present.
Zone 2, President.
And I am here, Zone 3.
Zone 4 is present as well.
And the mayor is present, the city administrator, city attorney, and numerous others are here as well. Thank you all for being here, by the way. If I'm gonna have to do that every time, I probably ought to just put it on the agenda, because I'm not gonna have to remember to call roll. It's been too long since elementary school.
Touche.
Well, from the ridiculous to the important, couple of proclamations. Proclamation. Whereas Black History Month is an important opportunity to share the many historical and present contributions of African Americans to our city, state, and country. And whereas African Americans have played significant roles in the city of Lake Helen's cultural, spiritual, social, educational, and political development. And whereas the city of Lake Helen celebrates Black History Month, recognizing the impact of the city's African American community in helping to establish our city as one of the best places to live, learn, work, and play. And whereas Black History Month is a time for all Americans to remember the rich history of the people who helped build this country through neighborhood leadership and involvement, advance the cause of civil rights, and strengthen families and communities. And whereas during Black History Month, all Americans are encouraged to reflect on the past successes and challenges of African Americans and look to the future to build upon this heritage and continue to improve society so that we live up to the ideals of freedom, equality, and justice. Now therefore, the City Commission of the City of Lake Helen joins with our nation and hereby proclaim February 2022 as Black History Month. Done and proclaimed this 10th day of February 2022. And now another proclamation is read by Commissioner Evans.
As you know, there's only 12 months in the year, so months have multiple meanings. So along with Black History Month, this plays a part in it. Proclamation, whereas the American Legion was chartered by Congress on September 16, 1919 as a wartime veterans organization based on the 4 pillars of Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, National Security, Americanism, and Children and Youth. And whereas Americanism is also referred to as American patriotism, is a set of United States patriotic values aimed at creating a collective American identity and can be defined as an articulation of a nation's rightful place in the world, as a set of traditions, a political language, and a culture style imbued with political meaning. And whereas the American Legion considers Americanism as an ideology or belief in devotion, loyalty, and allegiance to the United States of America, or its flag, traditions, customs, cultures, symbols, institutions, or form of government. And in the words of Theodore Roosevelt, Americanism is a question of spirit, conviction, and purpose, not of creed or birthplace. And whereas the American Legion's preamble states to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to foster and perpetuate a 100% Americanism, to inculcate a sense of individual obligation to the community, state, and nation, to combat the atrocities of both the classes and the masses, to safeguard and transmit to posterity the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, and recognize the month of February as Americanism Month. Now therefore, the City Commission, City of Lake Helen, joins with our nation and hereby proclaim February 22 as Americanism Month, done and proclaim this 10th day of February 2022.
Thank you.
Hoorah.
Indeed. And now a presentation by Mr. Ken Briggs. As you're coming up, sir, I will say, keep going, you're fine. I know I kind of threw what might be considered a monkey wrench into your plans of putting shielding on the walls, acoustic baffling, whatever you call it. But fear not, I'm not firmly in it. I just thought we could bite those dogs' tail off an inch at a time. All of us, I think, if I read the room right last time, all of us are fairly convinced we're probably going to need it. So I don't think it's going to be very long before you'll get that order for us.
Okay.
Okay, I prepared some notes and I passed out. just going to read some of the highlights off of my report. Your room plays a huge role in the quality of output you hear from your sound system. Just like the room acoustics of a recording studio or a live performance, the venue can make or break the end result. You can have the best of equipment, instruments, musicians, but if the room has low quality acoustics, the results are going to suffer. In a meeting hall situation, clarity of speech is of the utmost importance. That clarity is threatened by blurred sound signals caused by unwanted reverberations that bounce off hard surfaces of the perimeter wall, ceiling, and floor. The echoes build, distort, and blur the sound signals, which affect communications within the space. Acoustic panels make sure that the conversations are not disrupted by unwanted echoes. Acoustic sound panels absorb echoes. Installing these sound absorbing panels on the walls of your meeting space will ensure that the sound wave reflections are captured and converted out of the room. What remains is clear sound, low levels of background noise, less blurred sound signals, a more comfortable and productive room setting with increased speech intelligibility. Acoustic sound treatments can be installed in all existing finished drywall surfaces, including the ceiling, to reduce noises in the meeting hall more effectively. The proposal that we put together was trying to achieve a balanced sound. And a balanced sound is in the middle between a very lively room and a very dead room. A lively room like this, as it exists, and a dead room where there's too many panels. And so, working with the manufacturer's acousticians, we come up with a plan that was in a proposal for a certain amount of panel coverage. How those panels appear within the room will be decided upon the stakeholders in the project. This is an example print of a past job that we performed, and this documentation package is what we included with every job. And it shows the proposed layout of where the acoustic panels would go. So once our engineers are done with the design, this documentation package is then submitted to the city for consideration and approval of the placement. The aesthetics of the panels, what was proposed is a solid color in 2 different sizes. Here's an example of the 3 solid colors. Thank you. Those are the standardized colors that would be for the price that we proposed. And if the city sees fit, if they want to address the aesthetics of the panels with something a little bit more flair, the acoustical company offers the ability to take a digital print.
Okay, so this is
You can take a digital print of historic buildings in the city and choose to have those as the facade in front of the panel rather than just a single color font.
You say the screen print could be in color or is it black and white?
It can be color, black and white. The example that I had printed out specifically for this meeting is a black and white print. Black and white tends to be more neutral. It could be color, it could be the American flag, it could be one of the panels. Thanks.
Do the van white one?
Very nice.
What are you suggesting? How many are you suggesting in here? Mr. Briggs?
Oh. Let's see, we have two sizes, 12 by 12 and 24 by 48. And I don't have that quantity on this note here.
Or sizes than either, I know. so-
Yeah, the sizes are 12 by 12 and 24 by 48.
But you don't have it placed in the rooms yet, so you don't have a number.
No.
Right, we have a number, quantity assigned for each of the sizes based on the acoustics evaluation based on room dimensions. And that allowed us to get a valuation of the cost. And then that valuation, that quantity would then be put on the drawings.
So you've highlighted a product range here called scatter blocks. Are you suggesting scatter block style?
Yes, and the, not necessarily the style, but the size. Those are 12 by 12.
Those are all 12 by 12. So you would be suggesting all 12 by 12s in a scatter block arrangement in here?
Well, there's two sizes in the proposal. The 12 by 12 is one highlighted, and then I highlighted also the broadband panels, 24 by 48.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Is there a significant difference in cost between the standard colors and the, just printed?
Sure, if we converted, I did some math. If we converted all of the panels to a printed panel, it would run about $16,000 versus the
16 more?
No, 16 total.
16,000 total. I think what's proposed was 9,000. Yeah, 9,670.
Five.
And you can, of course, you don't have to have all or nothing. You can pick, the printed panels for some areas and solids for others.
Nine to 16.
Well, you, okay. I think we have some,
Nine plus nine is 18. Anywhere from 9 to 16.
so getting myself up to speed here, Mayor and fellow commissioners, and Mr. Briggs and Mr. Ebbett, and Ms. Drager here. So we've already approved, of course, the system going into the city hall chambers here.
Correct.
This discussion is surrounding relevant only to the dampening process within this room.
Correct.
So those folks in the back, hey, Mr. Joey, how do I, hey, Mr. Joey, hey, Joe, hey, Mr. Joey, or Dean, anybody back there? How do I sound back there?
Great.
Is there an echo?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely no echo. How about middle of the room? How do I sound in the middle of the
Use
room?
your mic, you're good.
I'm not using my mic.
Well, I'm just saying.
How about this? How's it sound?
Nobody's been using your mic.
I understand. How's it sound on mic? Does it sound much better or worse or?
So there,
No
And
problem.
that's with the current system.
there's an echo up here.
There is an echo in it. I think it's more difficult to understand speech up here than it is down there.
So how would the array of the panels, that was a great demonstration. Thank you. That was exactly what I thought it was going to be. How are those panels, in your professional expertise, how would those panels be arrayed to enhance this hearing up here?
Well, that's part of the engineering process. We find out where the troublesome areas are of the room. And of course, the capacity here compared to December, we're less capacity. And of course, the increase of people helps absorb reverberations and also causes background noise. But basically, anytime you have a situation where you're in a pocket, which is where you guys are, you're gonna have a problem.
Huh,
It's a vortex. It does this type of stuff.
Yes.
It distorts the sound.
indeed.
So that's an area that would be of high concentration to repair.
I will say, I was up in Tallahassee attending some legislative things up there and some very nice rooms, all of which had acoustical baffling right about the room. Some of the places quite a lot, and they really did sound nice.
Of course, like if you're building from scratch, the architect's can include that in the build package.
Yeah.
In a remodel process, if there's significant dollars being invested for capital, and it's included.
And it was nice to be able to hear people. My hearing, true confessions, too much information, whatever it is, my hearing stinks. And I'm just right on the edge of hearing aid level, and I do have trouble in this room. I often have trouble understanding people at the podium. And And I know that the baffling will help.
Yeah.
I do know, I mean, I've been in here when we've had brass bands, playing, and the rating on the floor helps a lot. I know you've engineered all that in, and I know you understand that better than any of us. But I've heard a lot of sound in this room, and the room carries a lot of sound. Pretty well, better than most rooms, way better than most rooms with a hardwood floor and plaster walls. I do know, though, that we're probably gonna end up there, because you digitally amplify sound in a room like this, it's better, whatever percentage and in whatever areas get absorbed properly.
Right, with the way the pitch of the tone of the room, this natural tone, that just means you need less of what we're proposing.
Yeah,
So you're not spending as much as someone else that might not have a rake in the floor.
right.
But this area here is some trouble that needs to be addressed.
So what happens now? How do we find out what panel sizes and locations?
Well, the acoustician has recommended 12 by 12 and the 24 by 48, based on the pictures that I took of the room, the ceiling, the floor, and that's what we're gonna go ahead with. And then, once we do our initial package, the acoustician signs off on it, he might make changes, like, well, we should probably do some 12 by 36s here, or what have you. So once that's all finalized, then of course we submit that aesthetic placement to you all for final approval.
And we'll have a final cost at that point too.
Well, the final cost right now is what we propose.
Oh, okay.
That's not gonna change.
That's not going to,
Um,
unless we add screen printing to it.
Yeah, if you have screen printing, it's a different.
But we can do that one-off. We don't have to do it all, right?
Right, you can look at the drawings and go, okay, well, looks like we're gonna have a cluster of these. Let's break it up in the middle one, we'll put the pictures.
You know, for me, Mayor and Commissioners, some historic, some of the postcards from CLA County.
I understand that, and I would like to get some better artwork in here. I will say, what I would prefer would be, when you put these panels up, they virtually disappear because everybody's used to seeing them. And by printing things on them, you kind of call attention to them. I think we'd be better off to just hang some nice art in the room, because I agree.
You know, that's not a bad idea. That way you wouldn't have to spend the excess money. I didn't want to spend all that money for all of them, maybe one, maybe two.
For an extra few $1,000s, we could get some nice.
Indeed, some nice large art.
So that would be my first thought on that. Yes, sir.
To split it down the middle, my thought was to find either private sector or corporate sponsors who would sponsor certain pieces of art. Once we see the
That's
panels
cool.
in place, we can select where we may normally hang a painting or something and just say, okay, we want to do you here. So that way it doesn't cost us more money. It doesn't do all the panels, so, you know, it becomes less, it's a high.
Yeah, the bank, they have the old bank picture, but.
Correct.
Correct. Naming rights.
Well, we have a lot of, you know, Victorian houses and old structures here that I think they deserve to hang on the walls. And Mike
Deserves to be celebrated in this room.
Yeah,
I
Mike
agree.
deserved to begin with, this is a historic building. And so, you know, to maintain that. Anyway, that's my piece.
I will say in the Capitol building, walking in the Capitol building, going down every hallway took me a lot of time, because they had the most fascinating pictures, historical pictures up and down the hallways. It was amazing.
It is, and it's confusing between the two buildings too.
Yeah. We kind of got off on tangent. You wanna, are you finished, or you want to wrap
Yeah,
up?
pretty much, I just wanted to get your feedback, you know, from last time, we kind of adjourned it to get more information and feedback, and I brought the samples in this month, so.
Well, you've heard what the either commissioners want to say anything, Robert?
No, it's the light bulb one on top was what we had at our fire station, because there's not much in the fire station. And it widened it down to where we could talk decently without hearing ourselves 5 times as a mouse.
Well, that was my only feedback, because I really do believe, and I think everybody up here has spoken in support of it, we just wanted to give it a shot without it. And I don't think, the way your proposal was originally presented, there was the acoustic background in one section, and the rest of the sound system, which was the majority of your proposal, was separate from that.
So to me, it's in the interim time, I've separated out the acoustic package and gave it a separate quote and gave that to Lee.
I thought it was already that way.
It was.
Okay. So what we did was we voted to approve everything about the acoustic panels.
Right.
Do we want to approve the acoustic panels tonight based on this presentation, or do you want to stick with our original thought? What does the commission have to say?
I'm in agreement that I think this is the worst area in this room as far as that goes concerned. So it impacts really more, our original concern was to make sure our constituents got the best quality they could. Also, I don't know how this gets picked up on audio for the people listening to after the fact. I don't know how that's going to change, because that's an important component too, because there's people that just can't be here, but they listen on audio.
Right, so how that works with the system is that the reflection is not there because the information is coming right from the program audio, which is coming directly from the microphones. So if there's a mic in the room capturing a sum of all sounds, then yes, that would play into it. But from the microphone, it electronically goes right into the mixer and then onto the network.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Rick.
Does anybody want to make a motion to approve these panels, or to simply wait and see, like we did the first time, wait and see how the system works?
Yeah, I'd like to wait and see how the system works first, and we can add things in later if the system doesn't cover everything that we expected it to.
The system that we're putting in does not replace the existing speakers.
Okay.
So the performance that you're experiencing now with the loudspeakers is the same.
Will be very similar. Are there any additional speakers back here per chance?
There's no local monitors in that package.
Because that was one of my concerns as well, is our ability to hear up here. I thought about getting a little individual monitor speaker just for me at some point, possibly, even at my own expense if I did it. I don't know if that would be possible or not, but I'd be almost surprised if it wasn't. Okay,
So,
we have, hearing no,
hang on a minute. So your proposal, and I got into the weeds, and I have to admit, I missed that. So you're not replacing these two monitor speakers on the walls, right?
No.
Do you know what the frequency responses are on these speakers? Have you done how is it, I'm sure it's compatible. What I'm trying to get to, there's not going to be any increase in the quality of the sound by virtue of the electronics itself?
I'm sorry. I want to answer.
There's potential for a cleaner linear output with the newer electronics. It's there, whether it's perceivable or not, or the room's acoustics overcome any increase in linearity is a potential issue.
So my next question is that when you made the proposal to this commission for the AV system and all that, why would you not include new speakers with new equipment? Let me ask you that. I'm curious.
Sure. Based on the survey that was done by myself with Lee and the problem areas of the system, the performance output of the sound, with the exception of the room acoustics, there was no issues. There was issues with reliability, analog switching, mechanic manual operation versus automated operation.
Understood.
So
And I'll add, these JBL control speakers are actually excellent speakers.
yeah, they still
The
make it
speakers aren't the problem, they're fantastic.
Okay. We'll see. Okay.
Yes, the speakers are not where our problems lie. in my opinion. You can contradict me expertly if you want to.
No, I mean, if you put a speaker in the corner, which these are, it amplifies more without needing electricity to amplify the sound, so it's a good place to put a pair of speakers. In a modern design, if we were coming in and doing a new system, or there was a need to scrap the whole thing and start over, then we would probably move in the direction of in-ceiling speakers, smaller speakers, and spread those out across the room, so you have a more balanced sound without as much amplification. And that's just current design that we've been doing the last 20 years.
Very well, thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, my feeling at this time is, there's enough things in this agenda pack that we need to spend money on, things we don't know about that we do need to spend money on. I think really we should address this at budget time for next year. And that'll give us time to experiment with the system that should be put in play. And because without a doubt, there's things in here that I know we need to spend money on. Because I'm ambivalent about this one, I just postpone the budget time. That'd be my opinion.
I have the same sentiment. I'd like to postpone the decision.
You already shared that same minute sentiment. So I think we're still in agreement that we're gonna wait on the acoustic panel. I know that's a disappointment, and I understand it. I honestly do.
Our best serves the city, that's how we feel.
Yeah, I'm from sound, and I know what we've done to you. We've really hamstringed you in a lot of ways, and I'll say that to all of you, that we really have, when they put this system in, it's not gonna be as dramatic an improvement audibly because of this decision. But it will be a dramatic improvement in quality, and dependability and usefulness. And I think ultimately, as I've said, I think we'll end up with the acoustic tanks eventually, but we can put that in at a better timeline.
And I'd like to know, is it possible to find the price of just the paneling without here, since this seems to be the most problem area?
Yeah, if you just want to absorb reflections to help intelligibility in that area, then yes. And then now we look at the number, just, ballpark numbers, and just take that number that we put, the 9,600 number, and say, 30%, 35% of that number would probably just be that area.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
And now we have an annual report from the finance director, Mr. Zach Callaway.
Good evening, Zach Shallow. So we are here to go over the financial results. Normally it would be the audit review. We can actually have the next slide to kind of kick off the first update. So with regard to the audit is probably, I'd say, 98% complete. We've gone through, gotten the auditors everything that they need. We're currently in a holding pattern, waiting for the actual report for the police pension plan. As soon as we get that report from the actuary, we basically plug in a few numbers to the notes, and from there we'll be able to finalize. My hope is that we will get that in the next few weeks, be done this month, and have the auditor here for their formal report next month. I have a conflict next month, so I talked to Lee and said, hey, do you want me to come this month, given that really the core numbers that we're going to talk about should not change. Those will not be impacted by that actuarial report. So I figured, hey, let's still talk about it while it's as timely as possible relative to where we ended up in September 30th, 2021 fiscal year. Given that it's not final, some of these numbers could change, but again, I don't expect any major changes, if at all. Slide. So first and foremost, just a quick trend to kind of say, okay, where have we been, where have we come the last 7 years looking at the general fund. That green line represents the fund balance in total. So we've had a steady trend, kind of getting to a much better, healthier financial position in recent years, as I'll hit on a few slides. The main reason for that decrease this year is historically the impact fees related to parks, public safety, and so forth. All of our governmental non-utility impact fees have historically always been recorded in the general fund and still accounted for in that fund in terms of saying, okay, any impact fees that come in, those are restricted for basically capital expansion. So they've always been accounted for in that manner. There was a change to state statutes to look at that area and say those must go in a separate fund. So that's what we have on the next slide. That really is where that decrease relates to. We did, in the budget process for this year, adopt budgets for those funds separately, and then we did amend the fiscal year 2021 budget to basically account for the transfer of over $100,000 of impact fees that are accumulated into that separate fund. So that's why we see here the restricted fund balance goes to a very small number, and the total fund balance, that's most of that decrease from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 2021. So looking at where we are as of the end of last year, our fund balance in the general fund, which is the primary operating fund for the city, just a little bit over $1 million. That's broken out into 5 different buckets to comply with accounting standards. The way to kind of look at it visually is the money at the top we can't spend, the money at the bottom we can basically have full discretion over how those funds are to be used. The non-spendable fund balance relates to prepaid expenses. So there's certain expenses like insurance where we pay October's bill or October's premiums in September. That's next year's expense, but because on the balance sheet it's no longer in cash form, we show a prepaid asset, we can't go spend those dollars on something else, so that gets backed out as non-spendable because we don't have those assets to spend. The restricted is any monies that are restricted by external, whether it's a restriction on a grant, certain revenue stream like impact fees or otherwise. The bulk of that relates to fire assessment fees, where generally every year the fire assessment is designed to cover the cost of that contract. Every year there's a little bit of a difference, either plus or minus, based on how collections of those taxes actually come in relative to that assessment. We factor in all the discounts, what actually got paid or not paid. So there's a little bit of an excess there last year. That's the bulk of that restricted balance. The committed fund balance, that is the hurricane reserve that was adopted 3 years ago now. So this is the 3rd year of funds being budgeted to go into that reserve if they were not spent in response to a hurricane, and if we met our minimum fund balance target. So this year we budgeted $50,000, didn't have to spend anything, and we're in compliance with our fund balance policy on the next slide. So that $50,000 moved up into the committed fund balance. I'll show you it back for 1 second. The assigned fund balance here, the $90,000, that was what we appropriated effectively in the fiscal year 2022 budget. So we went through that budget process, revenues were X, and expenditures were X plus $90,000. So because we appropriated to be able to spend $90,000 out of reserves effectively, that gets pulled into this assigned bucket to say, hey, it has been assigned for potential use in the following year's budget. Of note, with regard to payroll, I know it's in a few items in those salary adjustments. We did look at that, those changes to say, okay, between some of the savings we had primarily due to vacancies in the first 3 months of the fiscal year and what the outlook is for the next 9 months, that I think $79,000 number, actually very close to that $90,000. Say, okay, if we were to kind of go through and say, what would the budget have looked like? It's probably much more of a break even from that standpoint. And then the unassigned fund balance, and that's basically the residual, no strings attached. What we have when we back out all of these other areas where we've either had restricted dollars, we've committed those funds to the disaster reserve, or they've otherwise been earmarked and fall into that assigned bucket.
Would you please go back to that comment a moment ago about the 79,000 and how it affected the assigned?
So the 79,000 itself did not directly affect it. The 90,000 is basically a byproduct of the adopted budget for fiscal year 22. To say that, okay, if revenues were 2.5 million, expenditures authorized in the budget were $2,590,000, a $90,000 difference.
You had mentioned the break-even point though, and that's where you lost me. You mentioned the break-even between these two amounts.
So basically that $90,000 increment in the budget relative to revenues, the savings related to those payroll adjustments on position eliminations in total actually kind of approximated what that difference was. To say that if we had gone back and done the original budget based on the payroll allocations as looked at a few weeks ago, that it would pretty much then net to zero versus having that incremental.
That was coincidental though.
Yes, so absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, so looking at where we're at on the next slide, as we've done in prior years, always like to look at what our available fund balance is. So we look at the assigned plus the unassigned because of both of those numbers and balances are unrestricted. Just because we've assigned something earmarked, it doesn't mean we could not change our mind. So looking at those two amounts are about $844,000 there.
Yeah, not 8 million.
Yes, $844,000. Current year expenditures in the general fund were about $2.8 million. As a percentage, we're right at about 30%. Just a tad under. The policy adopted again 2.5, 3 years ago was to have a target range of 30 to 40%, and looking at this measurement with a minimum of 25%, so about 5% over that minimum, about 3.5 months versus that 3-month minimum in those reserves.
Zach, this is just a housekeeping issue, but since it's for the public record going forward, can we amend that slide to show it as 844,000 and not 8.4 million?
There's a comment.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And let's look at the utility fund on the next slide. The key measurements here are the unrestricted net position. That's very much like that unassigned fund balance number on the prior slide. That unrestricted number, about $313,000, was an increase from the prior year. Operating revenues also increased in total about 5%. And looking at that as a percentage, to again say that how many months do we have reserves of unrestricted fund balance here in this fund relative to what the annual operating budget is, and we're about 37%, so a little below that target of 40 to 60%, but again, that can be very much a moving target. I know there's lots to be looked at in that fund going forward with the master plan being presented later, and then of course some significant debt being paid off in the next couple of years. But again, trending slightly in the right direction, so that's always what we want to see there. And then with regard to pensions on the next slide, this is more of a just kind of for the record once we do have the final audit, because the net pension liability does go on the financial statements as we've talked about, where there will be a almost $300,000 liability that shows on the financial statements. I always do like to highlight the fact that this is purely for reporting purposes, where governmental accounting standards require us to disclose the theoretical share of that FRS unfunded liability, but there's nothing that we have to actually write a check for or will ever have to write a check for. The city's obligation is that every month, based on payroll, required contributions are made to FRS. So I do like to highlight that just for the record to acknowledge what that pretty substantial number is on the financial statements. The police pension plan should continue to be very well funded once we get the actual report. That plan has been a little bit over 100% funded. The way the investment returns were, that should continue to be in a very strong position going forward. So a few other miscellaneous items on the next slide. As I mentioned, impact fees, those were moved to separate funds. Then I want to give an update on the ARPA front. We did talk about that in November. We adopted a policy with regard to the accounting and accountability and transparency over the use of those ARPA dollars. I did then kind of tease the fact that we knew there would be additional guidance coming, didn't know what that would say. So the final rule was issued by the federal government mid-January. And what they incorporated there was, we talked about this $10 billion number in revenue loss last year. And basically what the final guidance said was that every government receiving these funds would have the option to claim what's called a standard allowance up to $10 million, so we cover our full award, that you can kind of automatically recognize under that revenue loss criteria. So in short, the bottom line here is that where originally we said, okay, premium pay, infrastructure, what uses are there, then you have to kind of go through all of the hoops, so to speak, in terms of reporting for grant purposes. Now basically we'll be able to go through, report, claim that standard allowance, and then effectively those funds will be freed up to really use in the manner deemed most impactful for the city without having to worry about a narrow scope of allowed uses and otherwise. So we do have a portion, I think with the additional funds, somewhere in now in the neighborhood of $400,000 planned to go towards paying for the Virginia project. That does leave probably about $1 million round figures where there will be opportunity to say, okay, what projects would be the most impactful? Where are the priorities to really spend those funds and make an impact on the city? So that's one item that will be a task going forward, kind of go through, prioritize what projects or uses again would be most beneficial to the city. So did want to mention that, so we'll kind of put your thinking caps on what you see there. I'm sure we'll have plenty of discussions going forward when it comes to budget time and so forth. Say, okay, what are those projects going to look like? So the good news there overall on that front.
Can't wait.
Short discussion.
And that pretty much covers my comments. I'd be more than glad to entertain any questions, expand on anything, or whatever pleasure is.
I'm just getting going, and we don't have to wait till September to have our audit done.
Yeah, I was hoping to have it done now, but as Commissioner Bassett, Vice Collins probably remember over the last 5 or so years, there's been, I think, last year there was no, we got it extra early. The years prior, and there's times it's been May. I was told it should be done the next couple of weeks, so I'm hoping we'll go back to May, but we're basically at the mercy of the League of Cities and the actual that they kind of filter everything through.
I remember the first few budgets we went through, Cameron, I went through, we didn't have the audit done until after the budget process for the following year.
Right.
That was crazy.
Well, the financial software, financial management software is
Big
really,
time.
really proving its value now. It's full 3 years. So,
Having James more involved is a blessing. Thank you.
Yes.
so it's working for you then, obviously, to be our third-party financial advisor and director as well, too. It's certainly working for me up here.
Yeah, it's been
And being part of the whole process from what was from pivot tables to something a little bit more sophisticated reporting and management as well too. I'll be looking forward to the budgeting going into the new year as well too, and seeking your advice and counsel, because I think we have some opportunities, and there may be a couple of challenges associated with that too. And so thank you very much for that and your firm as well.
So we appreciate it. Nice support. I almost understood every word you said.
Trying to keep it simple.
That's why.
I think I did forget to mention too, on the audit side, we are not aware at this point of any audit comments or findings or otherwise. I think I forgot to mention that. So I know last year was the first time, I think, in decades that the city received a clean audit report. Hopefully we'll make it 2 years in a row. We'll get no more on that for sure soon.
And just for general knowledge sake, that communication is ongoing. They don't wait till the last minute to come in and say, lower the boom on you. They would, if they had found anything, they communicate in real time with you. So that's very, very encouraging. Any other questions for our presenter?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Good to see everyone.
Our next presentation is from Ms. Tara Pedro. And Mr. City Administrator, do you care to preface this at all, or?
I can, I don't want to steal any of your thunder. As everybody in the room knows, we had a project that started long before I called the auto line. And it was a significant discussion in the community. It has progressed. And now the owners of that property are changing the concept from an automobile commercial commercial concept, at least we'd like to a residential concept. It would be a significant change for the city, should you want to go forward with it. But it also has a new name, it's Orange Camp Center.
Or Orange Camp Point, which one is it? Point.
It's Point, sorry. Oh, I don't know, it keeps changing, 100%, but anyway, we'll let Tara figure it out. But anyway, so it's now going to be proposed as a new entity. And it will be almost a start from scratch right then. The only thing that's probably certain is the fact that the land was annexed into the city of Lake County. It still carries a zoning of employment center. The employment center zoning and the underlying comprehensive plan do not permit residential use in the land. So it will be a significant endeavor should you wish to go forward. But that's strictly up to you, and Tara is going to present really the first briefing, I guess, of what will eventually be many, as the developers formulate the plans and bring them together. So,
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Tara Tedder on the Glasses Mall 215 Orthiola Drive. Here on behalf sort of a collective group, so while this is a larger project, we can take it to the second slide to orient you with the aerial. The star shows you where we are to the west of I-4, about a 47.3 acre site total. And there's a couple of interested parties in developing out this parcel, which is great news since it has sat vacant even after a lot of time and effort was put in back in 2018, the years preceding that, and coming up with, at that time, the I-4 auto mall concept. So while I wasn't involved in that project, we do have the resident historian and former land use lawyer who had the pleasure of dealing with all of that, as well as the property owner, and some of the potential developers on certain portions of that property here tonight, if there are specific questions. The benefit of tonight is that we're not asking you to make a decision on anything. We really just wanted to present this to get some feedback. It is Orange Camp Point, though maybe the name is up for discussion as well. But we certainly just want to hear what your thoughts are on this type of process. Obviously, it becomes much more entailed. If we go to the next slide, you can see where the outline of the actual property location is. Of course, we are very close to Victoria Park, which is a master plan mixed-use community, part of a DRI. So very different in scope than what we're talking about. But I think one of the reasons people really like communities such as Victoria Park and areas that are close to downtowns like in Lake Helen is the walkability factor. It's that you have things that you can leave your house and walk to without being completely auto-dependent to get to those. And because this property is unique and that it's really one of the only parcels aside from some to the north that are in the town limits, we are kind of by ourselves on an island across I-4. So for us to have walkability to downtown here just wouldn't make any sense. So that community is really going to try to be self-contained to create a little vibrant corridor where people can live there and be able to have some of those residential serving commercial amenities in proximity. The next slide shows you that we have a unique property in that it is split between two jurisdictions. So you can see in blue is Lake Helen and orange is DeLand, which means part of this process is coming before you all. The bulk of the property is under your jurisdictional limits. So we want to talk to you all first to see, because that's really going to make a decision and a distinction for what we can do moving forward. So before we go speak to DeLand, we wanted to pitch the idea to you, get your feedback, because we would have to negotiate a development agreement that then we would go before DeLand ultimately for them to buy into. Of course, that process requires us to have to go through new traffic analysis, new site planning, new architectural design. So there's a lot after tonight that we would have to do if we get some direction and some blessing from y'all. You can see that the property location was identified in 2014. That map is pre-annexation. So that shows you the areas of unincorporated Volusia County. And it noted at that time that Lake Helen was struggling to strike a balance between maintaining its current standard of living and increasing the city's tax base to pay for much needed services that contribute to the area's high quality of life. And that the city was specifically interested in finding ways to take advantage of its location next to I-4 and to attract new businesses to the city's west side. And I'm sure there is nobody in this room who would have been more interested than the current property owner in seeing that prior plan come to life. But as the market has played out over all of these years, and that could never get off the ground, there really has to be an overhaul and redo of that prior concept to see what can we make work with both the visioning and planning principles of Lake Helen and land, as well as what the market is actually going to support, so that we don't go through exercises of coming up with new projects that will never actually have legs. The next slide is also a quote from that same 2014 study, which talked about the parcels that adjoin each other are positive because it can allow for better planning, and that commercial uses were one of a few that were identified in that area for this type of project. The next slide shows you, as what was discussed, is that it has a current future land use of employment center. You can see the arrow is pointing to where our project is, again, on a bit of an island of its own with some of the northern property above us, and I would contend that once this site gets developed, that would be the catalyst for anything else happening on the remainder portions of the west side of I-4. This next slide shows you the old plan that was attached to the I-4 Auto Mall PD. So if you go to the next slide, you can see the way that the different lots played out. Lot 1 on that plan was conceived, and I apologize for those in the back, this might be a bit of a vision test because the font turned out to be quite small. But lot 1 on that plan was for 400,000 square feet of conditioned space, including auto sales, service, and warehouse distribution centers. The developed space was to be allocated between 11 standardized dealership modules. Each were estimated to be about 36,800 square feet. It was approved for warehouse distribution up to 40,000 square feet plus 6,000 additional potential square feet for receiving and unloading vehicles and inventory, including during overnight delivery. It had a maximum of 80-foot tall buildings with integrated parking and other uses like outdoor electronic billboards, auto service establishments, and communication equipment mounted on buildings. And that was just for lot 1. The next slide shows you lots 2 through 4, and that lot 1, by the way, was completely within the jurisdictional boundaries of Lake Helen. See on the other side of the map there, even further to the west, is where the remainder lots were all under the jurisdiction of the land. Lots 2 through 4 were up to 48,500 square feet of highway commercial uses, with convenience stores up to 32 fueling positions, but no truck stops, banks, car washes, offices, accessory bars, and restaurants. Lot 5 also allowed for 120-room hotel and office up to 60,000 square feet, and the land was always conceived of providing water and sewer to the whole site. So even though it was, again, split between 2 different jurisdictions, it was always conceived of being a mixed-use project that was integrated. You can see that there is shared access drives and parking between the two, so there was a bit of integration between those two sides of the project. Now, when it comes to the changes that we've looked at, the next slide just goes over a couple of large ones. One is that the PUD open space requirements that were in that original PUD, we haven't conceived of changing those yet. So still would have a minimum 25% open space for things like plazas, buffers, landscaping, ponds, conservation, and tree preservation. The standards that we have for landscaping and buffering, then minimum of 40-foot landscape buffers, for example, would not change unless we had to tweak a couple things to accommodate some new site layouts. But again, that's going to depend on what comes out of a process like this. Overall traffic generation totals should not increase. Again, we still have to run a new traffic impact analysis that has to be updated to take into account current roadway conditions and how many trips would be generated by the types of mixed uses that we ultimately would allow. And the site still needs approximately $2 million of infrastructure for roadways and utilities. That $2 million does not include site-specific infrastructure or site stabilization costs. So there's a lot of front-end money that has to be put in for anything to get developed on that property, and that has not changed since 2018. If anything, I would say, given the costs now and the delays in constructions and labor shortages and materials, I'm sure that cost has gone up. The provisions that would likely change is that we are not proposing a large campus auto mall distribution warehouse as our anchor to the project. Instead, we looked at what are some of the great planning principles now and the trends in development that are really working, and we found that there is a need, especially in the market, and demand for some multifamily uses, up to 300 units, anticipated to all be 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom, market rate units on about 16 acres of the property, starting at estimated at $1,500 to $1,600 a month for those units. Up to 150 townhomes, which would be 2-story products. Some commercial uses, we've looked at potentially a grocery component there, and then some internal road sidewalk network improvements that would need to change. The next slide shows you the conceptual renderings for what some of those townhomes would look like on the site. And if you go to the next slide, it just talks a bit about the procedural process. Again, we would have to submit new development agreement, new concept plan. We would need to have some joint meetings between the land and Lake Helen on your staff level administratively first. If there were no major issues to address, we would move to the respective planning boards, proceed through rezonings, any types of amendments that might be required, whether it's to comprehensive plan policies or zoning policies in your code. We would have to work through that process as this plan evolves. And that's why the next slide shows you the employment center potential change, because again, as you heard, there's that restriction when it comes to residential. When I first read the language of the code, it does say that the employment center allows for appropriate supporting uses. Now, it doesn't explicitly say residential. Argument could be made that residential is an appropriate supporting use, especially for an employment area. You really want to anchor residential near where people are going to work. But again, that might be something you need to work out through the process procedurally with your staff. And the next slide just shows you again that future land use policy, but something that is more the technical procedural nature that we would go through as this process evolves. So we'll show you one more time that on the next slide, the old plan. And if you click to the next plan, it just shows you the layout for where townhomes would be on the northern portion of the property. That multifamily is up towards the frontage and then along I-4. Then you have commercial down there anchored on the western portion of the property. A bit of it does cross over the boundary line between DeLand and Lake Helen. There's some open space, obviously we have to accommodate for stormwater and retention, and then that top portion up there in the northwest corner is unknown, but still left to potentially accommodate the idea of the hotel that was originally conceived under the prior PUD. So the next plan just shows you an overview with the coloring of where the boundary lines are between those uses. And in our opinion, the benefits of the change shown on the last slide are just that multi-use development is truly in high demand. I mean, the project was always conceived to be multi-use. We're just asking to anchor the multi-use with commercial, to have it be with residential uses rather than have it be with the automobile use, which was the main anchor of the prior PD. Multi-family townhomes specifically are in extremely high demand and would support a more quality neighborhood commercial that we would be able to bring rather than maybe just the highway commercial uses that coming in, coming out, truck stop style delivery warehousing might have brought in the former automobile PD. And then there's a significant increase above the existing tax base, obviously. That's just true when it's zero and you're not generating anything on a piece of property, you're gonna have a net benefit one way or another, but we would contend that this is gonna be a positive to this area if we are able to bring in a plan that's going to have a new type of variety of residential housing that will fill a void in the market and that will bring a type of quality development that we think is going to be an asset and an amenity to the area. So we wanted to keep it brief and just open this up conceptually for dialogue. That's the end of my presentation. It might not have felt brief to me, but I go pretty quick. So, but I appreciate you listening and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I'll be happy to start. What is are you anticipating is going to be the average cost of townhomes?
I think the average costs are in the 300,000 range.
Okay. When you said that it didn't look like there was going to be an increase in traffic, is that over the last plan?
Correct. No.
But a traffic study is going to be done too?
Yes, we would have to run a new traffic study modeling out sort of, worst case scenario.
Because I was looking at 300 multi-family, 157 townhomes, how is that not going to increase traffic? But compared to last year. And then I have one question. It's, from what I understand right now, what I've been told by other realtors working in this area is that there's not enough residential development to support commercial in that area, and so is there not a significant amount of commercial interest for that particular property, I'm assuming?
Well, there is going to be a significant amount of interest if we can anchor it with those residential uses. Most of my commercial clients will tell me, we follow rooftops. So when you have rooftops out there, that is exactly where we want to be. We're in an interesting area because we're right off of I-4, right? So you can attract some commercial use by virtue of its location and the ease of getting in and out. We're also right there on the edge of Victoria Park, so we're not exactly down some of their core areas. We have the periphery of some of those residential units, which are in walking distance to where we would be and would provide an amenity to that area as well. But also that commercial being right there next to multifamily and right there next to townhomes would provide a greater incentive for them to want to locate there. And if we can bring a hotel in the future, I think all of it works together pretty synergistically.
In this particular layout, it appears to me that almost all of the commercial is on the land side.
Correct, except for a small portion of the out parcels, how laid out.
How do the dollar values as far as taxes are concerned, between residential and commercial?
Those are numbers that we're generating to be able to bring back to you. Well, I was told that those would be important for us to get, and I didn't want to throw out estimations without having a little more certainty tonight, but we were going to bring those back.
That's fine. I think the Lake Island probably at some point would like to have their fair share of commercial rather than just a token building.
Well, on that note, I'll jump in. If you said that was the last thing you were,
Not mine.
I don't know. I will say that, our comp plan has all of this as being commercial in nature. And that's important for a almost completely residential city to develop commercial space. This is a large portion of the commercial space we have designated in our comp plan. This would be a tremendous change in the plan of the city. We call the rooftops, I certainly understand that principle. One of the reasons we put that commercial out there is we know the development beyond this parcel, all that development, all those rooftops in that direction, we were counting on this being a commercial mecca, if you will. That might be an overstatement, but it's certainly, by Lake Helen's modest standards, we felt could be a commercial mecca. As Commissioner Basso said, it's kind of a double whammy on this plan, having all the residential on our blue part in this particular drawing, and almost all of the commercial on the brown section, or orange, I think was another slide. That's difficult for this city to, difficult for me as mayor to contemplate varying that far from our original comp.
I hear you. Rob,
Okay, what do you have to
I want to point out too, and remind everybody going back a little bit historically, if you look at the slide that's up right now, and you see the kind of top of the triangle that's there along I-4. If you take that top line and draw it straight down, that's what we started with on this project as being inside the city limits of Lake Island. Right. And that was the tiny tip. It's less than 5 acres. So let's say it's either 3.5 or 5 acres. There's 3.5 or 5 acres of this project in Lake Island. And that was the tip of your employment center land use and zoning that then extends up and fans out into the property to the north. It's almost 100 acres. And a couple issues. One, nobody more than Brendan Hurley wanted to see this be developed into the 400,000 square feet of commercial that we had originally proposed and got approved, obviously, right? That was the dream, that was the vision, that was literally almost $10 million has been spent to this day to try and make that happen. It's not gonna happen, right? The reason I point out that triangle is you do have a lot of potential. You have hundreds of thousands of square feet entitled inside the Victoria Park DRI in that section to the north. But nothing's gonna happen until the roadways and sewer get there. So one of the things about this project is this project, if it happens, becomes the key to unlock that property area to the north where that commercial entitlement is already there. There was nothing here before. There was a triangle. And this is that kind of gateway that will allow frontage road to get built up to there. The city of DeLand, I don't know if you recall, but as the auto mall got approved, they worked after the approval and actually worked out a deal with Victoria Park and St. John's Water Management District to get the necessary land to punch through. Where it dead ends right now, it actually dead ends in the conservation easement, or it was conservation easement. The land worked it out to where they can punch that through Victoria Park and get it up there into that property, that private property, so that it can be developed. So that's not an obstacle in the future. But right now, we're talking about just frontage road and an east-west road that would go behind those commercial art houses. We're talking about $2 billion of roads and utilities just to get up there. And right now, nobody's looking at touching that pasture land to the north because there's no connection to it. And so this is something that helps unlock all that potential to the north where the real commercial acreage was to begin with. This helps unlock that potential.
Yeah, okay. I'll go next. Nice to meet you, Ms. Tedrow. My name is Jim Connell. Ms. Tedrow, whose firm do you represent? What firm do you represent? Who do you work for?
I'm here on behalf of DR Gordon.
But your law firm, if I may, please.
The what?
Your law firm,
Oh, Lowndes Law.
Lowndes. And the narrative says you represent the builder. I think I met the representative of the builder here tonight. Is that Hillsong?
There's two, so that would be for the multifamily. So we have Nick here, and then we have two representatives from DR Gordon as well for the town portion.
So your presentation is truly on behalf of the builders in that respect, right?
Correct. So yeah, it's sort of a.
And you're working in concert with Todd Cole and Rob and
Yes.
the rest of the guys, because Rob represents Brendan.
Correct.
I just wanted to get that out
And Hill.
And
Sir?
And Hill.
He represents Hill Point.
there. Thank you for disclosing that. Much has changed for Lake Helen since 2014. And Rob and Mr. Hurley, thank you so much for annexing into Lake Helen. But sometimes I feel like we're being held up with a carrot in some respects. And I mean that respectfully. I work around the commercial real estate industry. I'm a logistics professional who specializes in commercial office relocations. So I understand the disadvantage, but I'd like you to tell us, what does the market actually support here? What does it really, other than this, what else would it actually support here? We know that it supports this use. Obviously, that's why you're here. But what other uses would this support?
Are you asking outside of what our plan is showing?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, just, yeah. For the benefit of the public and us, what other, your statement was, what does the market, what the market actually supports? Well, what is that?
I think it's exactly what we're bringing you tonight. I mean, there's an interest that comes from Hill Point and DR Horton on this piece of property because they see it as a valuable piece of property that, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I say if this was entitled by right, they would be moving forward with.
In a heartbeat, understood, in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
So, but what other uses does this market support?
I can tell you where the phone calls have come from for the last 3 years with that sign. You've all seen the sign that the property's been for sale. If the right developer comes along and wanted out the whole thing.
Right,
I can
exactly.
tell you where the phone calls are coming from. The number one thing for sure, absolutely, without a doubt, I think everybody wants it, everybody needs it, is right at the very corner in front of George Camp, the convenience store with gas, right? The gas station. That's a no-brainer. That one's probably going to come out of the ground, perhaps sooner rather than later. Already under the current plan that's approved and in place, that use is entitled right there. And there is a developer under contract that will be applying with the site plan regardless of any of these changes. Those commercial outparcels can happen under the existing plan.
And which corner was that?
Right at the corner of Orange Camp and right there. Right.
Right.
So restaurant uses, sit down, fast casual type restaurant uses, those along the outparcel. What the commercial developers aren't interested in is more, so you come off the interstate or you come from Victoria Park, what they're not interested in is I-4 frontage and getting back in that corner in the pocket of I-4 Orange Camp. They just don't want to be there.
It's a dead zone.
It's a dead zone. The only people that call, and they still call all the time, and this, please don't anyone take this out of context. There will never be a truck stop here, okay? Ever. No one's ever threatened, not a threat, nothing. But that's who calls. So as far as what market support and what's interest is out there, that rings off the hook. Probably once every month or two, a phone call. What do you think about doing? No, not going to happen. Never going to happen. We made that promise a long time ago. But that is what the interest is. There is still hotel interest in that top corner. There could be, if there were the office development up to the north, you could get a little more commercial interest, maybe for a hotel in that top triangle piece, but there's just no interest to come deep into the property. And when you're going to do mixed use, you're not going to run a bunch of commercial traffic through the middle of residential to get over to commercial either. So you've got this synergy issue, like Tara mentioned, that even the restaurants, right? So without those rooftops, you're pretty much guaranteed fast food next to a convenience store. With those rooftops, now you move into the interest of a fast casual, sit down dining, those kind of restaurants.
Ideally, in your all's world, the rooftops come first and the commercial development comes second, right?
They do, and so this is what we would call like a neighborhood commercial. And if you were to zoom out on this and you look and you compare it to what we would call more of a power center, like the Publix Plaza on 1792, if you take the aerial out from that, we've got density of rooftops 360 degrees. Here we don't, right? And Lake Helen is a historical town that predates I-4 coming in and cutting the slip. So you've got a much different pattern. And if you take the aerial out here, we don't have density in 360 degrees. It's 180 degrees.
Thank goodness.
Right, and that's a positive thing. Yes, it is. But it's also a thing. It's a very positive thing. And somebody that lives about a mile and a half from here, I agree. But from a commercial development standpoint, it's not a positive thing because the Paneras of the world, the Publixes of the world, everything else, it's not about charm. It's not about aesthetics, it's about rooftops. And they have math formulas. And you either have enough rooftops that make enough money or you don't.
You know, there's a boatload of rooftops being built up and down for that now.
Yeah.
And your firm is involved in a good portion of that, so you know where I'm headed to with this.
Quite a bit of it.
Yep. And so there's a significant amount of rooftops being built that's going to drive more commercial. That's why Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King, Kepler, it was designed for 4 lanes. And we see the result of that now. So how does that impact your builders' focus with all these other rooftops being built? Is there a competitive issue here as well too that we're trying to get ahead of this, or anything of that nature? That is a significant amount of humans moving into those clear-cutted areas. Right?
Yeah, and what you see, what happened down the road on MLK, close to 472, when the new apartment complex went up there.
Right.
I believe that was the fastest run to occupancy.
It was
they've had
kaboom.
in like 10 years. I mean, it went like that. Normally it takes like 3 or 4 years to go to full occupancy, and I think they hit it in 9 months.
So, you know, we can certainly expect that growth to happen in those areas that have just been approved for homes, and certainly in these townhomes across the interstate there.
And I do think you will see a time in the next 5, 10, 15 years where ideally the original plan come back in the late 90s to take Frontage Road and run it all the way up and connect to Summit. And now you've got some of those new developments coming off and you want the Blue Lake extension.
Right.
I do think you'll eventually see that.
Eventually it'll square out.
I think so, and that's when you'll start to see some more commercial development at the Pravat 44 area, and you know, you may see, you know, right now in this orange spot, there's kind of a blank space, and that's the potential for, but even that, to kind of go back to what's the demand for, as soon as you come off those corner pieces on Orange Camp and frontage, there's very little demand for that blank orange spot right there. There just isn't. So you might see some office space there. Maybe that's a good place for an urgent care. Maybe it's a good place for a daycare. But it's not restaurants, Publix.
Right.
It's not those things.
One of the things I will.
Indulge me for a couple more minutes, Mayor. Thank you. The definition and the negotiations of what the 3 words appropriate supporting uses, that's a key. Those are 3 key words here for us. Huge. In regards to the comp plan, in regards to the zoning and all of that. Mr. Simpson, how much discussions have you had with Ms. Tedrow, and I know with Mr. Dunham, about this appropriate supporting uses and its definition and how it benefits the city of Lake Helen?
We talked about it in terms of whether or not that language should be interpreted to allow what they're looking to do.
Very well. Lastly, would you please, Dominique, go back to the slide that had the elevation, the look of the units? Right there. This is something that's bugged me since the beginning of these discussions, even 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, can't be sure. Just recently as well too. That's not Lake Helen to me. You know, this is going to be a 32744 zip code up there, right? I mean, it's on our property. It's within our jurisdiction, as you say. And even though it's across the interstate, and there's frankly a little bit of a disconnect between some of the community sentiment that I've talked with, because it is indeed across the interstate. Pardon me, I have a terrible allergy tonight. And so there is a little bit of a disconnect in that, and that it is across the interstate. I don't care. It's across the interstate. It's 32744. For me, I am Lake Helen Brand. And if I had my way, and I've said this before, it's too bad that annexation didn't get into the Gateway Overlay District, because then it would trigger all types of architectural standards, colors, landscaping setbacks. Landscaping setbacks. We're not going to be able to get that.
Well, I think you can, in a PUD process, if we get feedback that you want certain architecture.
This is where I'm headed to next. That's exactly what I said. Thank you so much. Because that's going to be very important for this guy. If I'm elected next year, or this year, in November, I'm going to have the same mantra then as I have now. And that's Lake Helen to me. I have the greatest amount of respect for the city of DeLand. I've been here a long, long time. And eventually, all this development is here. Here we are. Everybody, and even in DeLand, was saying eventually Orange Camp's going to blow up at I-4. Eventually, it was going to be a truck stop. It was the biggest thing back in those days. I know I'm in the trucking business. Our firm was one of the trial balloons many, many years ago. Looking at that property. But now, sitting up here, of course, perspective completely changes by position. And my position is that I would love to be able to look at my neighbors and say, I remember the meeting where we talked about how these things are going to look, how these units are going to look, and how they're going to look into Lake Helen. And we expect these folks to come back and forth over the bridge. We expect these folks to trade and recreate in Lake Helen. And if down the road, we're fortunate enough to be able to bring a managed water infrastructure down Main Street, we're prepared for that, properly prepared for that, to even increase the enhancement of the recreation and the commercial lives of those new residents here to Lake Helen right across the interstate. We're prepared to do that. So I'm off my, I'll get off my stump, so to speak, but I think you get my point.
No, and I would appreciate any type of, if you could give us some direction, that's the whole point of tonight, because we can go back and tell you, we think this is perfect, and this is what's gonna sell, and if that's not what's gonna sell for you all, then we certainly can't try to design something that just doesn't work for you.
So the Lake Helen pattern book for the Gateway Overlay District is on our website. I would really appreciate if you and your clients would peruse that pattern book, take a look at some of the architecture and landscaping and painting and all of that that's required for all the new construction within that overlay. It's going to be very important for this guy right here. And I bet it's going to be very important for our citizens and for members of our commission as well, too, for y'all to avail yourselves of that information.
And we certainly don't want to build a community that feels disconnected, right? That's its own island in every respect. This is part of this, and again, the majority of this property is your jurisdictional limitations.
This is why you see the passion I have in my words tonight. So far, for me, you hit all the right buttons, except for the appropriate sporting uses, which I'm still trying to get to, but we'll have that discussion coming up. And with that, I thank you so much for your time and listening to my questions and answers. Thank you.
And I appreciate it. So we'll go back and do some brainstorming, then taking specific direction from the Gateway Overlay District aesthetics and standards there, and talk to our team about that. If that's the takeaway, I would be appreciative of the opportunity.
I recognize there's an additional cost in that. I'm not trying to make this preemptive to any sort of potential development there either. I just wanted to make clear and be transparent. I'm not trying to set up a leverage point between you and your clients and the city of Lake Helen.
Candor is the greatest thing any developer and their council can ask for in these types of forums.
You've got to ask.
Yes,
You've
right?
got to ask. That's one of the biggest things that I remember a guy named Alan Walsh used to say to me. You just got to ask what you want.
Thank you for the opportunity for us to ask.
Thank you, Nick.
I will say, I just got elected 3 months ago, along with Commissioner Rutledge. And on the campaign trail, such as it is in Lake Helen, I probably said 300 times, one of the things that I am not in favor of is high-density residential development. I probably said that every bit of 300, 400, 500 times. Looks a whole lot like higher density residential development. Granted, I understand your point that this was annexed in, the understanding of one project in mind. But the reality is we sit here today and I look at the two, I don't think if you could go back to the orange and blue slide, where it shows the two, the division of the whole parcel, with almost all of the high density residential development in Lake Ellen and all the commercial, which is the flip side of the coin in my discussions with constituents here in Lake Ellen, the citizens of Lake Ellen. They're looking for more commercial development in Lake Ellen. I understand your point very clearly that the money may not be there for that. I understand that point. I'm just being candid about what the citizens of this community have shared with me on the campaign trail repeatedly, without any real exception. They were looking for commercial development to be promoted, sought after by this board, and high density residential development to be not thwarted, that's not the right way to put it, but certainly not promoted. It's not our position to thwart anybody's property rights, that's not what we're looking to do. But this property was designated in our comp plan, as I said earlier, as commercial property, to be developed as such and to get into balance like the tax base we have here in Lake County. Last few days, I've been up in Tallahassee meeting with other mayors. We had Florida League of Mayors meeting. I spoke with several mayors about their cities, just conversationally. We weren't looking at any formulas here at all, but I did get a sense from the other mayors I talked to. Well, I'll use one example. I sat next to one mayor in Volusia County. They had 4,500 people in their community. Now it's each side, so that's the biggest part of this equation. But we're 3,900 people there, 4,500 people. We have a tax base or assessed value of, what was it, 117 million? They have an assessed value of 1.7 billion. We struggle here in Lake Ellen with our lack of commercial. It's a real struggle. It's not something meaningless to us at all. It's very meaningful. It's very difficult in this modest city to turn away and to turn the land that we have away from commercial. Once these are built, they're built. It's done. We never turn this back to commercial. So that's a difficult position for us to be in. I do understand the point that if we don't do this, perhaps nothing could happen. And, nothing doesn't help us either. Residential, however, for the most part in the city is break even. I know a lot of cities chase it, talking about what we've discussed on the campaign trail. I understand your disagreement with that. You have every right to disagree. But we see the cities around us, like DeLand, DeBerry, Deltona, Orange City, lots of high density residential development. The citizens of this community have expressed repeatedly, that's not where we want to go. So I'm just sharing that with you candidly. I'm not saying anything beyond that. Politically, that's where I sit as having been fresh off the campaign trail.
And I appreciate the feedback. I mean, part of the struggle in designing any plan on both of our sides is we've got to do something that works for the city's long-term planning principles, your guiding policies, and your comprehensive plan. How do you manage growth that is inevitable? How do we deal with issues that you run a city which is a business, right? I mean, you've got to bring in a tax base, you've got to be able to support your services. you want to be able to manage things appropriately in a fiscally responsible way. And we try to respond to market forces in the development world. And what can we bring that we know people will come and live in, that will attract people for great rent rates and, you know, great fee simple townhome rates? And how do we manage all of those together? And that's the point of time. I didn't think we were going to walk out with necessarily definitive solutions. So some of this is an opportunity for us to bring you more information. It sounds like that the economic portion of that and the why is something we'll come back ready to answer for you, as to why you should say yes from that perspective, and not just tell you it's going to be that benefit over nothing.
My side was on the environmental side. It was on the environmental side when they were going to do the Alamo. Before they built Victoria in there, and before they put in Martin Luther King, that was a marshy, swampy area. And that had a gentle flow of water that come down across there. And kept our lakes topped off and flowing, and exchange of water through the lakes, which was great. When they put Martin Luther through there and started the Victoria Park developments and everything, that reduced down 50%. They said it had no effect on it, but they have already proven that it affected it. And with all the new developments and affecting it more, the water's actually backing up into the developments that are over there on Blue Lake. And they're complaining about their properties being flooded because the water's no longer flowing down to our lakes anymore. So I am more in for larger green spaces and controlling that flow, because, I mean, you can see it, it's a dark gray area right here between Orange Camp and where I guess the apartments are going to go. That stream is what comes down, crosses I-4 and goes into our lake down there. That used to have a lot of water flowing through it. Now you can barely see any flow flowing through it. So I'm looking at the environmental side, keeping the natural corridor available for the wildlife to transition through and stuff like that. So if you could reduce the number of townhouses and make them look like our pattern book has, Victorian style, colonial style, that would be great. I love green spaces.
Thank you.
Just an anecdote, I traveled Orange Camp as a kid, back and forth to my grandmother's house, and
Did you get stuck
in
in
my
my
house. Not on Orange Camp, no, but every year, as summer progressed, we would see the results of the rainfall, because by the end of summer, the cows were about knee deep. And that was every summer, mostly. There were ups and downs, but those areas, you're correct. They were large recharge areas that slowly flowed toward our lake. And every year, those would build up and then slowly flow throughout the year through that, in this direction. It does matter.
Well, I know what you can't have. You can't have green space and commercial revenue.
No, you're right, you're right.
Okay.
Right.
Rob, I'm not trying to sell this for you guys, but I just sort of want to recap. If I understand correctly, what you're saying is this little triangle shaped piece was the only portion that was in the city of Lake County. We annexed all the rest of it. Correct. Correct. What I would love to see, I agree with everything that I've heard up here today, but I also believe in property owners' rights. And I would like to see exactly how this road would access the remainder of that property to the north of Victoria's I-4.
Appreciate you asking that. I was wondering the very same thing.
And two, as part of the study, will it identify what the costs are to the city of Lake Helen to support this? I.e., we're going to have infrastructure expenses initial, and then there will also be long-term. How much law enforcement are we going to have to put on to support it? How much public works, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Is that going to be part of your study?
So, yes and no. There is zero infrastructure cost to build this to the city of Lake County.
Okay.
The roads, the utilities is 100% funded by the developer, not a single dollar.
And the maintenance side of that?
The maintenance side of it will depend ultimately during the planning process. Frontage road itself the city of DeLand, now this is a complicated road, complicated history. The dirt where it goes is currently owned by the state. They bought that when they were gonna do the plan to take it all the way from Summit all the way down to Saxon. So that's owned by the state. The plan, as I understand it from our initial meetings with DOT, the county, and the cities, is that the state will either deed it over to, or by use permit, give it to the county or the city, depending on their agreement. City of DeLand already said they would take it as a city street. You know, DeLand and Lake Ellen will be partners ultimately on the development of that pasture to the north, because it also has DeLand and Lake Ellen. More Lake Ellen than DeLand, but that first part when you cross in, you'd be into the DeLand side first, and then you get up into Lake Ellen. So DeLand's got a vested interest in getting that road built also, because it unlocks that potential for the office park. Now, office space, 400,000 square foot of office space, people are selling it, not building it right now, so there may be a change in the future up there, but commercial is certainly the idea. But to answer your question, with roads and those things, no cost to Lake Ellen. Now, any road network that comes off of frontage and goes in, and this will be part of the planning process, whether it's a private road maintained by an owners association, or whether it's a dedicated city street, or a dedicated city street, presumably the land maintains it up to the point of the city limit line. You can see from the plan there wouldn't be much of any street that would end up in Lake Helen, because you get into that internal road network of the multifamily. And I don't want you to get the wrong idea, Mr. Mayor, I was shaking my head. I don't disagree with you at all. I think you're 100% right that single family residential is about a break even on the tax base. And the way you do get a little bit more multifamily is essentially commercial from a tax perspective. There's no homestead exemptions on it. And if you look at the one on MLK, for example, I think the assessed value on that was around 16 or 17 million last year on a comparable size property. So we're talking about 16 or 17 million dollars of assessed value on 16 or 17 acres. That's $1 million an acre. That's commercial sized tax rate.
Well, I will look more at that. I will be the first to admit I'm no expert.
Yeah, but you were right. You were 100% right. That general proposition is true. And when you're talking about, taking 100 acres and putting, 400 homes on it on eighth of an acre lots with green spaces, you're 100% right. And this is where you'll hear me and a lot of others in our industry say, density is not the enemy in every location. And certainly, if Hill Point or DR or anybody else had said, hey, there's 50 acres open and available in the heart of Lake Ellen, east of the interstate, we'd have been the first to laugh them out of town and say, forget it. Don't even think about it, right? And that's not the character of the town, that's not the history of the town, that's not anything. But what we've got is this unique place that through the annexation process ended up in Lake Ellen that's sandwiched between Interstate 4 and a 4-lane Orange Camp Road. And the other time density is not the enemy. My two least favorite words in all development are urban sprawl, where we put a bunch of trips on the road network that don't need to be there. Well, density is the antidote to urban sprawl. That's how you keep trips off the road. When you put these high density things next to the interstate, send them off to work. When you put the gas stations and the neighborhood commercial type uses right next to it where it's walkable and bikeable, that's where density is the enemy of urban sprawl. And it absolutely would not fit in the character of Lake Helen on the other side of the interstate, just like 80-foot tall automobile dealerships do. But it is a very unique piece of dirt in what can be done with it and how it balances, like Tara said, ultimately through this process, we find a way to balance the aesthetics to respect the historical architectural character of Lake Helen while still satisfying the unavoidable economics of it. And that's just the reality. I agree, if this were approved, it'll get developed one day. 5, 10, 15, I don't know, who knows, crystal balls, who saw 2020 coming, right? We just don't know. And with that, there's one thing I didn't want to leave here tonight without saying, because I think it's important as we move into the next phase meeting with your staff. On a PD plan like this, we need ultimately, and with all the safeguards you need to make sure that the wrong things can't be built, we have to have flexibility. And we don't need to come up with some crazy hypothetical as to why that's necessary. The last few years have shown us why it's necessary. We will absolutely have a traffic cap, right? It can't be exceeded. We will absolutely have caps on the number of certain uses. We will absolutely have architectural standards. But we cannot be locked into this little lot right here has to be a 1,800 square foot restaurant. These townhomes have to be exactly in this footprint. The apartments have to be shaped, and we have to have a little more flexibility. Otherwise, you have to amend an entire PD again to get some flexibility.
And I, for one, have no desire to micromanage
Yeah.
the plotting of this. I really don't. I will say it's, well, it's sort of incendiary. The fact that all of the residential's on Lake Helen and all the commercial's on the land is, I'm trying to think of a non-incendiary word.
Difficult.
We're okay with candor.
It's
It's fine. Well, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I don't need to say it. It's difficult to swallow from Lake Helen, as I said, it's a very modest community. Go back to that example I used before, the other city. They're sitting on $22 million in reserves. We can't fix our water system properly. We struggle. And so I'm looking to maximize that. I'm not saying I'm trying to micromanage to maximize it, because that wouldn't help. My managing your property is not going to maximize anybody's income, yours or mine. I'm not trying to do that. I can be taught. As far as what our potential income is on that property, I can learn, and I will learn. So I'm not trying to be obstructionist and not saying I'm digging my heels in. I don't know enough to dig my heels in.
And my point really goes to a prior conversation with staff, because we also don't know, obviously we can't spend millions of dollars more in engineering until we have some idea that things are going to be approved. And it may turn out that where we show ponds, there can't be ponds, or there's a better place for ponds, or we can find a way. The wetlands that are on this property are very low quality, the way the state assesses them, but there are some there, and some are higher than others. So if we can rearrange things to find a way to preserve some of that, that's what we want to do. Right? It's better for the overall project, it's better for everybody. But that could mean that the shape of all this changes quite a bit. And one of the comments we got is we can't look at anything until you give us a site plan. Well, there is a site plan phase, but it's down the road after land use and zoning are approved. Now, conceptually, of course, we understand having some idea of the aesthetic of what it might look like, but we just have to have that flexibility that one day after zoning is approved and the engineering says, hey, pond will work.
What would be your best view on when we would get to some sort of zoning change? And I mean, obviously, if we voted on it right now, you'd be happy. But how would a reasonable time frame for us to change our minds, to educate ourselves? What feels good in your mind? Calendar-wise.
Who wants to go first?
Yes,
Let's go ahead and turn. Who wants to go first?
Realistic. Who wants to? I got some learning to do.
We have to come back and bring you information, but then we also have to have a dialogue with your staff. We've got to work through the mechanics of potentially some comp plan text amendments. So before we could come back to you, there's administrative level review. Work on our side, there's administrative level review. Then we got to get their public notice period, get their planning board, and then get their another public notice period to get to you all. So I would assume we're a couple months away from that point.
I think so. I think it depends how efficient we can be in getting
Yeah.
our staff. How efficient.
The quickest you can do it, 3 months, and that means they file.
Oh, I understand. I understand the
That ain't
mechanics of
happening,
that.
they're not even close to
I understand the mechanics of that. I was looking at this.
Realistically, before you vote on it, 6 months.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Realistically.
3 months minimum realistic.
Because we have only 1 meeting a month.
Yeah.
And it would happen because it transmittal to the state for a comp plan amendment, there's time between it gets a second reading, but I mean, even a first reading, we're months away from that.
Yeah,
You know-
it's a ways.
And all that being said, I was one of the commissioners who was echoing comments to Mr. Evans and Mr. Simpson here. Give me something I can look at. I get it. I understood your frustration, but I gotta see something. Give me something conceptual. I just don't want to talk about it. We gotta start somewhere, right? So you guys have started somewhere now. Again, sorry, but that's what the market's at.
And if I could just add something, and I don't want to speak for them and their clients, but I think the idea is, if this is a no-go, tell us now.
Yes.
we don't wanna waste time.
Well, I understand, and
You know,
that's why I was trying to be candid, this is what I've talked about.
And that's really what this is. It's not a time for you to say yes. But it is a time to say, I will consider it, but these are some concerns. But if it's a no-go from three of y'all, they need to know that. Because there's a lot of money to be spent from where we sit right now to get to have a product that can be presented to you to consider, and the planning board to consider. There's a lot of work they have to do.
Well, like I said, and this is directly in response to that, and I understand, you're right. They deserve a straight answer, especially if the answer is no. They deserve that. Anybody,
And this is, and understand, we're at a policy level.
Yep.
Because the comp plan has to be changed.
Right.
We are at a policy level now, so this is a legislative, ultimately it'll be a legislative action. This is the zoning where it's quasi judicial and you're held to a different standard. This is a policy change.
yeah, we've already zoned this, and we're trying to back it down.
Or policy.
Not just a policy change, but it's what we are elected to decide.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely. That's
It's
why
a vision and a goal in concert with the communities and our.
Yeah, and so it's, I
So-
sense
So what I'm,
that,
so what
my
I'm looking
conversation,
at,
and that's what I
let me
think.
finish that first thought, what I'm looking at is the way for the city of Lake Helen to maximize our tax base in this direction. I do understand, it's the other side of I-4, that is a big buffer, I understand what you're saying, it's still our zip code, it's still our jurisdiction. We can have a aesthetic impact on it, and that's important to us. And it will have an impact on us. No matter what's built there, it'll impact us ultimately. I mean, our Arvida impacts us, even though they're clearly not us. It's our neighbors, and it's us. So it matters. We need to, if we can maximize it by this, as this will be the best thing that can happen here realistically within the next whatever period of time, which it may well be. I know y'all aren't looking to build the second best thing on this property. You're looking to build the best thing you can on this property to maximize the value of it. I get that. I know, I'm not lending anything nefarious or anything at all. Y'all are good people here trying to do a good job for best use of your property, your client's property, whatever. I'm not the least bit derogatory of this process at all. I appreciate it. Just want you to know that the city of Lake Helen is struggling. The citizens that I've talked to are struggling with additional high-density development. Is a hard pill to swallow. It may well be the best pill to swallow on the other side of I-4 to maximize our tax base. We don't have to stress our services out of the police, which is significant part of our budget. Police is 40% of our budget, 60-something% of our budget.
600,000 versus 800,000 properties.
So it matters.
It's 3
And I have actually seen Lake Helen police vehicles patrolling through there now, because Stewart Road now is on the Lake Helen side and going up there to my property, and I have seen, I drive this road 6 times a day because I live right here too, so, I see that. Maybe it's the Lake Helen police car that I on them all donated to.
Maybe.
And also, from what I gather out of this, you're on pretty good standing grounds with the majority. Most of it deals with the style of the buildings that you're gonna be building. So if you go through the style books and look at the style, it gives you an idea. And I think that's the visual that Mr. Connell's looking for. Yeah, we would like to have more commercial on our side of that line, but I know Eland's gonna be supplying the sewer and water over there for both of them, so they're gonna choose, I guess, pretty much what they're gonna supply for.
And fire reassess, the police,
Well, fire's gonna come from county and Eland, they're both on both sides of it.
well, as far as where it comes from, but as far as who's funding it, we do that through our assessment process. So that's,
And that's why this study helps us with this. And there's studies, they don't have to be real expensive. But you have to go, you have to check the boxes to get it. 5 years ago, they would not be here talking about this, because this property would not have been annexed into the city.
I understand that, but it is now.
I understand. With that said, this presents an opportunity to actually get, and I always wonder, how are we gonna get to that piece, that triangle project that goes up to the north of us? This gives us that opportunity to do that. This isn't our pipe dream, this is not what this council would draw up. But is it the best thing for Lake Helen? I really don't want to be part of the commission that shoots itself in the foot, not only for here, but for what else is potential to the north, because we don't have to look at Lake Helen for next year or the following year, so I can even realize it again. We need to look at 50 years down the road, and what is best for the people of the community and our grandchildren, et cetera, 50 years down the road. Accessibility to that other parcel, I think, is going to be significant.
Well, I love old sayings, and a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, and this is, may well be that. It's a real project with real backing, on land that we would benefit from.
And did it have 5 years?
I didn't have this 5 years ago. I did that.
I can't speak for any of the other commissioners, but I would, once again, it isn't exactly what I would draw up. And hopefully we can give a little guidance to move it a little commercial, a little bit, help us over. Although the numbers you're talking about with townhouses and as far as gravel tax base, that sounds very close to, because at the end of the day, yeah, it's nice to have shops and stuff that we can get to, but once you have to get your car and go to them, what difference does it make to the land on the city, whatever. But, so really, what this is gonna do for the city of Lake County, what you're referring to, is the financial impact here. So for me, if this was on this side of I-4, you were saying, I wouldn't need you talking about it.
Yep.
But because it's where it is, and it provides an opportunity for revenue for the city, I'd like to see what that is. And one of them is, how is that gonna impact the other piece of property? The other one is, what are my costs here to maintain this, and what's my revenue stream? And if I knew what that was, make it easy for me to sell, I'm leaning in the direction of supporting.
Could you clarify, why these commercial buildings haven't been pushed in further? Is it because of the access roads that are currently available, or, the space here looks like it hasn't really been designated for anything?
So one of the things that really restricts the development of this property, and going back to 2015 and 2016 and 2017, when we first started talking to engineers and the traffic planners and everything else, was if you built something where essentially right where you come off the interchange, almost lined up with existing Stewart Road, if that were the entrance to the property, and if that were possible, we would be talking about potential commercial on both sides of that, right on Orange Camp, because you've got that access. What happened when they acquired the land for Frontage Road, and they were talking about that plan in the I-4 Relief Road, the FDOT designated a new limited access line. And you can basically, where the A or M is on Camp right there, just barely east of Frontage Road, that's it. That's the limited access line. And we sat down in a meeting with about 20 government officials to say, hey, what can we do to move this back and have a straight in access?
So from the word camp to I-4, there's really no access.
Not only no new access, but as soon as anything new is developed, existing Stewart Road has to be cut off from its access from Orange Camp Road. And so all that access to the north has to come from Frontage Road. And the reason is to keep it away from the interstate. Ultimately, the long term.
I appreciate that. I was wondering about that, and I appreciate having that explained.
And the long-term plan from FDOT is the I-4 and ultimate and beyond is that one day this interchange will be changed and improved with new exits. And you may get a different elevation, and that's why they need that much space to make sure that if that ramp or that hill starts, they can do it differently. So that ideally, in a perfect world, what we wanted to do and what was envisioned originally was that kind of dead straight in off of there. And that would have given you more of a big commercial frontage on Orange Camp. The commercial developers just, they will not come in farther up that. Now, the one thing that FDOT said they would allow is a right-in only off Orange Camp within that. So if you're coming over the overpass from Lake Helen, you want to go in there, you can kind of see it drawn on the map. Basically, just past the D, they would allow one right there to where you can ride into the gas station. But that's it for access on Orange Camp, it's either frontage or a right-in only. And it just creates that dead end in the back. It's a great question, and believe us, we would love to maximize commercial lots from the master developer standpoint. We would love to. We would love to have that. We would love to have a center where you had commercial all along Orange Camp and up I-4 with just maybe a multi-use, multi-family townhome component right in the dead center. They won't do it. It would be better for us if we could do it. It's just not.
You could potentially in the future see the new interchange coming in from that large retention pond up there in the dead zone all the way down to Orange Camp, if they ever do the ultimate and beyond in the development in the next 50 years.
And
we'll have flying cars by then.
And I know from speaking with people who've looked at developing on the other side of Orange Camp also, but on the same side of I-4, same thing there. People have looked at, can we do some sort of little commercial center, and essentially what they found out from the marketplace is nope. That little lot or two right there in Orange Camp, there's some interest, restaurants, gas stations, something like that. But beyond that, the only interest is townhomes, multifamily, or small lot subdivisions.
Hey, Cameron, wasn't there a little jiggle there 4 years ago? Wasn't there a little convenience gas store over there?
That was, people were talking about that?
No, that was built there. Wasn't there a small little building there back then? No. Never mind. Okay, that was an aside.
There was a Chevron at church in Maine.
Yeah, forget it. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, Rogers Church in Maine.
His, with expansion of I-4 in the future, has there been some consideration given to how much of this parking lot may have to be given up eminent domain wise, et cetera, and how that's going to affect the parking for the town, et cetera, et cetera?
We don't anticipate anything, and actually what's shown there is in that top triangle part is actually retention.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll be open space, and then as you come to the south, those are actually building footprints mixed with parking.
Okay.
So they're really, from what we're told by FDOT, they don't have any plans to really make anything wider right there.
Wait, one more.
It would be the ramps themselves.
Right. You just said something that caught my attention because I just thought that was just diagram for Phil. So are square boxes in the blue, that's a potential building? Is that what I just heard you say?
So, yeah, some of it is apartment buildings, and some of it is parking lots, some of it is green space, some of it is amenities.
But the 157 townhomes have been sketched into this blue.
Right.
They're more concrete, the others are a little more abstract at this point, is what I heard.
I remember about 4 or 6 months ago, they came with a proposal that was supposed to have apartments and townhomes. That southern section is where the apartments would be.
You can see it there.
So describe the vision there. Yes, right there.
So you have that kind of the horizontal, well, obviously if you're coming straight off the road, you've got parking closest to the road. You've got green space, and then you've got parking, and then the longer buildings on the north and south are buildings or apartment buildings.
Okay.
And then there's a clubhouse, amenity center, swimming pool, ponds, all those things also.
So I didn't count all the little black boxes in there. The little black boxes, do they equal 157?
The black box is up at the top. So make that count. Those are the townhomes.
So the total units in Lake Helen are 157.
Townhomes. And then the apartments is south of that. So the apartments are that's the apartment section.
And 300 apartments, right?
Correct. Up to.
This is similar to what was presented earlier. Thank you. I would assume your site plan would have a lot more detail on how these buildings would look. That's my point here, you see.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I see that elevation for the townhomes. I didn't say any kind of conceptual plan for the apartment. So, you know, I'm on the fence still here till I'm okay so far, but that got my attention
One
real
of the
quick.
things that perhaps the most important words spoken tonight, when you said, go get that pattern book and take it back to your clients. You know, I'm glad you said that, because we can tell them, hey, they were not unclear. Get that pattern book, come back, show us something that fits that aesthetic, because that's not something that's probably necessarily in their program, right? They've got a program book and they've got 15, 20 different programs.
Absolutely. Let's build this and get to the next
And
one.
there may not be one that fits the pattern, but there may be one that does or comes pretty close, but there may not be. And I'm hearing you loud and clear saying, don't waste our time with one that doesn't fit into this pattern.
Chances are it wouldn't dramatically change your business development, just simply change the facade of the building.
Yeah, you know, as long as the direction isn't, every single building needs to have a unique architectural footprint that doesn't match the building next to it, that's where we start talking about.
That's what
millions of dollars.
that's what I'm not about. I'm not about
Right.
that.
What we're talking about is exterior cladding, fixtures, color patterns, roof materials, exterior materials, landscaping, and I hear you.
One of these days, drive through the woods here. And you'll see an amazing thing in the woods, that a lot of these homes have generally the same footprint inside the walls. On the outside, they look completely different. And they complement each other while they're still the same. Ariel Faith and her job, along with the Homeowners Association of the Woods, and they have done a stellar job, just stellar, in making something look really good, really great, with the inside of the homes somewhat similar.
Would your client be opposed to reducing the number of apartment units in here?
Ultimately, engineering may do that on its own. As we start looking at
The site itself.
Oh, the site, right.
Right.
The land may dictate what makes sense. I can tell you this, and I have not had this conversation unique to Hill Point, who is the current multifamily developer under contract. I can tell you though, from working with dozens of others, that kind of the magic number is around 280, that the economics don't work if it's less than that. So whether it were 260, 280, 300, I think just from a density standpoint, I don't think it's possible to do more than 300 in an open space standpoint at a 3-story product. I think you'd have to go.
So you're stuck between the number of 280 and 300. That's pretty close.
I think it's right around there. You have to go to a 4 or 5-story product, and that's a totally different developer. Hill Point doesn't develop a 4 or 5-story product. It's actually incredible, the cost per square foot increase when you go from a 3-story product to a 4-story product to build it.
Elevator.
And one of the things we have an attainable housing crisis in Volusia County. Not affordable housing. This isn't tax subsidy type housing, but an attainable. The rents on those apartments that are being built in a lot of places are $1,900, $2,000, $2,100.
Painfully aware.
Right? So this is not that where you're talking about the same price as a mortgage on a $350,000 house. This is a more attainable product, and I think that it's not exclusive to still make it attainable and make it fit within that like pattern.
I guess I always look at apartments as a more transient sort of lifestyle, and allay my fears.
Well, again, kind of what I just said before is right now, where does the 28, 29-year-old lecturer who moves to the area to go lecture at Stetson live? Go look at try and find a rental property available that's below $2,000 single family home wise. Try to find a single family home that's for sale for less than $350,000, $300,000 with a $2,000 mortgage payment. So I think that we have a little bit of a combination of what that targets. It targets that young professional, it targets the graduate student, it targets the empty nester. It targets the person who says, you know what, I think I like this area, but I'm not sure I'm ready to commit and buy a $400,000 home. I'd like to rent something for a year or two. I think it targets that. we don't have a Sunrail station in this area of West Volusia, right? DeBerry does, so DeBerry is gonna have a new transit-oriented development. People can ride the Sunrail to work. But what we have is I-4, and that's about as close as you can get to transit-oriented development without having the rail or the rapid bus. And so this, again, when I use the phrase density is not the enemy, I'm not using it in the sense of, hey, we should cram as many units as we can into any acre we can find anywhere. When I say density is not the enemy, I mean put it by the major arteries so that we're not putting all these big trips, 7 miles of trips, into town that you have to then drive out to the interstate to go to work.
Well, I'll definitely grant you, putting these on this location and having these people go straight to I-4 for their commute is a lot better than putting them on their back and having them come through Lake County for their commute.
Absolutely.
And I will say too, I hear a lot of concerns all over the state about apartments and multifamily being for transients. And I always say, often for people transitional, right? You come into a new community and you might rent for a year, 2 years, 3 years before you can afford a home or find a home you want. And I used to laugh at hearings because people would say, I just don't trust, multifamily renters. And I would sit there thinking, but I live in an apartment, right? At the time I was like, but I live in an apartment. This is odd, that the stigma of people who live in apartments is somehow a different standard of
We
living. But it is.
really were looking at you just like
Right. I'm like, do they know I live in an apartment? But, and I can appreciate that concern because part of what you all want to do is build a sense of place and community. And you want people who come and care and are invested in that community. But I think when people do come, they become invested by wanting to stay longer. And sometimes it's just, you don't want a single family house and you can't afford to buy one at that time, especially in this market.
Well, I think we have gotten through this pretty well. I appreciate it very much. This has been eye-opening. I hope that we have given you some feedback as to where we are politically, where we are, individually, as far as sharing our thoughts with you. I think we've all been candid about those, and I hope it's been helpful. I'm not sure it's been any clearer than mud, but I hope it has been helpful.
And we certainly, yes, we will.
On my last thing, on apartments, if the average 2-bedroom apartment is $1,900 a month, I'd rather Lake County than $2,300. I don't want the person who's looking for the cheapest apartment. Okay, because if they truly are transitional and they are looking to live in our community, then they'll be able to afford something that's just a little bit nicer. And if that's near Cooper Lawn that goes with them, so be it, and that can be part of the plan. Okay, thank you.
And for those who have patiently been here, if you had comments, I know this wasn't open to a public forum, but more than happy, if anybody wants to communicate with us directly, pass on questions, concerns. I know Rob and I will both make ourselves available for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, a very important one for this evening, is the presentation of the water master plan. I'll preface this a little bit, and you may kick in a few words, but I'll preface this saying that for me, this is a very important moment. Water is is a very important topic in the city. I know several of the comments here are people very concerned about water. I've had numerous calls about water. It matters. Read a book, or I haven't read it. My wife is reading the book, and I'm looking forward to reading the book, The 13 Ways. One of the first ways that this particular book, which looks at cities and how they die, one of the first and most destructive things a city can do is not care about its water. Water is fundamental, it's foundational, it's the beginning of the end if you don't do it right. Is what Teresa, my wife, has shared with me from that book. I certainly see that with people in the way they've expressed their concerns to me. That being said, we have not been ignoring water. We have issues. We know this. 15, sometime around 15 years ago, we sunk a whole bunch of money. We created a bond issue, sunk a whole bunch of money, in, particularly into production of water, distribution. We knew we would have to upgrade in the future. We're in the future. We're looking at putting significant money into distribution. Our bond issue is almost completely paid off. It will be within this fiscal year. That's a huge amount of money, that we spend monthly, or however the payments are set up. But we can incorporate maybe another bond issue. There are many ways of looking for money, but none of that happens without this water plan that we're fixing to get presented to us. We don't want to be a squeaky wheel community. We don't want to be reactionary in the way we do this. I know none of us do. I'm saying that for the benefit of all of us. We don't want to be reactionary in the way we fix our water system or treat our water system. We want to be proactive. And we're here at a real transitional point where we can really look hard and plan hard and work hard on the distribution side of our system and really make our water system shine over the next few years here. Derek, thank you so much for the work you put in on this. Wow, let's go, man. Bring it home.
Okay. For the record, Derek Wayne Scott, engineer for ECT in the city of Lake Helen. Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, thanks for letting me follow that last one. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for your patience.
You're welcome. Well, we do, I'll say, you opened it up. We do two important things. Commissioner Connell mentioned this is what we do. We are looking at a higher level decision making. We're at what that's worth. And this is a high level decision making is how we proceed on this. So thank you.
You're welcome. So we titled this a working document, and not necessarily the presentation, but the report in general. Your system changes sometimes daily. Every time a new meter goes in, your system has changed. You've added simple things like that. All of that needs to be tracked and put into models, and it's information that engineers geek out on. So the working document is kind of the reason the title is because this changes constantly.
This what, sir? I'm sorry, changes what?
Your system changes constantly.
Thank you. It's the acoustics. I'm serious.
And I mumble a little bit, so I'm sorry. So we've given you a 10-year plan, and it's important to realize that in 5 years, we're probably going to see it again, and with a new report, an updated report, with new projects, subtracted projects, maybe. But anyway, I digress. Let's give a little summary. Go back to the summary, please. The objective of what we did was to create Lake Helen's capital improvement program roadmap.
I'm sorry, I'm going to go for it.
I want everyone to focus.
All right.
Sounds like you can sneak at it.
Yeah.
All right, so we wanted to create a roadmap so that the average person can pick up this document and understand, looking at the summary of cost estimates and summary of projects, what are important projects for Lake Helen to do to their water system to make improvements, improve the fire flow, improve the pressure, et cetera, et cetera. So we think we've given you a roadmap for the next 10 years. It may not be 100% accurate, but it's going to start the process. We also continued the process of digitizing the system and model. A year ago, we were hired to prepare a model and update your system maps. So what we did with this program in the model is we dropped in fire flow throughout the system one at a time with the focus on finding the worst possible scenario. With peak flow in 2040 population growth estimates, with the fire flow, where does it fail? What do we need to do to fix it? And then with that information, what we did is we started implementing projects. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. But those projects were intended to most bang for the buck, make improvements to your system. How cheap can we make great improvements? And that's kind of how all of the projects came together as we make recommendations in the next. We call it immediate, midterm, and long-term projects. Right. So that, the modeling, the system overview, you've got 3 plants. You've got one at Water Street, one at John Street, one at Lebanon. We did an inspection report That's in Appendix B of the report, where I went to each of the sites, took lots of photos, and gave it an assessment. Your water plants were impeccable, they were in good condition. There was a few things that needed to be done at them, but it wasn't, they were clean, they were exactly what you want your water plants to be like. There's over 100 fire hydrants in your network. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head. I do know, as I was perusing some of the, there's a table in there about how many of them are in poor condition. A lot of them are in poor condition. A significant amount. And one of the things that we have proposed in the projects is a fire hydrant maintenance program every year, pick a handful of fire hydrants. Companies, you can bid this out. Companies can come clean, test, flow test, repair, paint it the appropriate OSHA color. And then in the model, we did population projections. We got our population projections from the census, from the St. Johns River Water Management Cut, and something called the traffic analysis zone. You say, well, Derek, why use traffic for population projection for a water system? I do ask. It boosts our ability to acquire more water when we go to St. John's requesting a cut update. Those numbers give us a little bit of a boost in justification for our water use. For the model, because they're a little inflated, we took those numbers out of the average for the model calculation so that we don't end up with 20-inch water pipes. That wouldn't fit. And I've already talked about the peak flow and fire flow. And then capital improvements. This is where we start talking about money. And $2,022. What are these projects cost? How do we need to orient them? How do we need to prioritize them? Next slide, I think. Water plants. This is plant one. Has got two 40 horsepower pumps. It's got raw water storage. It's 100,000 gallons. It's a little unusual for a water system to have raw water stored because when there is a fire, you still have to treat it before it goes directly to the firefighter. In our proposals for the for some of the projects, and I'll go to the summary sheet in a minute, it's finished water tanks, so we have instantaneous fire protection. A little bit different. John Street and Lemon Avenue are both have 25 horsepower pumps and motors in the wells. Goes straight through a meter, gets injected with the chemicals to clean it and treat it so it's potable, and goes into a pressurized tank, and that's your distribution system. And that happens in two of your locations. At Water Street, the well feeds the raw water tank, and then it gets treated on the way through the pumps and into the network. And the same thing, there's a pressurized tank that they use air pressure to pressurize the water system in all three locations. And as I said, they're all in good and excellent condition. They're a backup generation. They've got chlorine injection, and all of the equipment parts and pieces are the same, so that you don't need an expert at one of your plants that can't work at the other plant. They're all the same. It's great. It makes it easy for your staff. Let's talk about the water distribution system. The best thing Lake Helen has going for it is it's a grid. And water systems love grids. It means your pressure points, your water are scattered throughout the system. So if you have a break, at least a small break, you can back it up with the grid. A lot of subdivisions that I've worked on are the urban sprawl. We just heard a brief discussion about long cul-de-sacs. Long cul-de-sacs are the worst thing for a water system because you get extra friction losses, and then when you put a fire flow at the end of the line, a 6-inch main in a grid becomes a 12-inch main because you have to fight friction loss. And it's better to be in a grid.
Friction loss means water going in and having to force itself back into the system.
Friction loss is just the loss that we calculate. You start at 60 psi, at the end of the line, you have 50, and you're required to maintain 20. And a lot of times at the end of the long line, when you put on a fire flow,
It's almost like ballistics with a bullet. You're coming out of the muzzle, it's X. By the time it goes 500 yards, it's a very different water.
Friction loss, understood. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Every elbow, curve, and
Got it.
valve creates friction loss in the water system.
Got it.
But a grid allows that 60 PSI from this direction and this direction, so it tends to equalize it in a better way.
Thank you.
So we did the population projections, we really talked about that. Peak flow, we had your average flow from the Synchrone reporting. We show how it's calculated in the report. You really don't want to do average flow, you want to do peak flow, so we applied a factor, I think it was 2.5. And basically that's Thanksgiving Day. You're cooking, everyone's at home, everyone's washing their hands a lot, you've got company in town from out of town. It just kind of, it's a way to estimate those peak conditions. And then on top of the peak conditions, we put a fire flow. And that's how we model for the project. Now, the water distribution system, the negative that we have on it, there's a lot of unknown pipes, including size, material. We developed the system maps with the best available information. We have highlighted points where staff need to go out and tell us what's actually in the ground so we can make sure the system maps are updated. And the report, the final report, I didn't go through the presentation, the final report has exhibits that show how many pipes are under 1 inch, how many pipes are under 2 inch, how many pipes are under 4 inch. Your mainline trunk system, your grid system wants to be 6 inch minimum for fire flow. And then I'll get into the projects next. So one of the things that we recommended in the projects, that's not on my summary sheet, no, it is, it's at the top, because it's important, is a pipe replacement program. You've got the fire hydrant is not a replacement program, it's a maintenance program. The pipe replacement program, most municipalities, their water system staff, their operations crews, these are projects that they routinely work on throughout the year. They have dedicated crews for it. We don't have that here right now. So, and one of the things we tried to target with, we tried to target on the projects asbestos pipe locations, undersized pipe locations, which is overlapping with the pipe replacement program. So as we bid projects that are on this list, we are actually also using the pipe replacement program. So a little bit overlap there.
So when you say immediate, midterm, and long-term, and then you have a cost per year, 15-year term, what's your definition of a midterm versus long-term project?
The short term would be 0 to 5 years, midterm would be 5 to 10, and long term would be after 10.
Very difficult to forecast those costs for anything more than about 2 years.
These are for budget numbers only.
Yeah.
These are, like I said, this is a roadmap.
Yeah.
I think we talked about for the pipe replacement program, instead of dividing by 15 years and getting a number, we would do a percentage of the budget. And that's what's.
In an ideal world, would all those immediate projects be done somewhat, not simultaneously, but piggyback on top of each other? And could you estimate in an ideal world, how long it would take to complete those intermediate projects?
We should be able to do 1 a year.
So 6 years would be the estimation for the immediate projects, and then of course scope creep, cost of materials, and all of that. Okay, thank you.
Lemon Avenue is on the shelf ready to go to bid. So as soon as the Virginia Drive project is done, Lemon Avenue goes out.
Mayor and fellow commissioners, I've talked about this before. Commercial money is still cheap.
Yes, and one
That's
thing
right.
that I wanted to piggyback on later in the meeting, when we talked about the workshop, am hoping that we can add this water distribution to a workshop next week. And we'll have time to go through the information Derek gives to us tonight, and really, digest it some more and then really hash it out, and really spend some time on it. You're right. Money right now is better than free, in my opinion. If you get it under 10% practically now with inflation the way it is, it's free. And there's options out there. We're looking at a variety of ways to get money. For grants, which come with a lot of strings and I can't stand, but it's out there. Just straight loans from banks is an option. If you get a straight loan from a bank at 3 or 4% interest, it's free money.
Especially when you start to weigh into it, if you wait 5 years to get the money, what's the cost of the work to meet that?
Right, absolutely.
You're constantly putting Band-Aids on.
Absolutely. And we've done that. We've Band-Aided intentionally. We asked our public works department to do exactly that. And they've done a heroic job doing it. They really have. I give them great kudos for the way they have kept us together with baling wire and duct tape many times. And because that's what we asked them to do. And we're at the end of this current bond issue. We're able to move forward, I think, and really tackle the next step.
Well, let's not digress anymore.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Derek, one question on the transmission system. Is the majority of our system is the PVC? I mean, we've got ductile out there. Do we have asbestos? Do you know?
You've got it all.
Got it all.
And we do identify the lengths of pipes that you have in the site.
Okay. And in the fixed plan, are we attacking the oldest stuff first, or?
We attack what's better for the system's pressure.
The best bang for the buck early on.
All right.
And we attempted, and I think we were successful on some of the projects to identify those asbestos pipe and make sure those are some of the first that come out.
Okay, thank you.
Fair enough.
So some of the important projects are the Church Street ground storage tank. That's a piece of property that you own. The benefits of putting a new well and pressure tank there is that it adds further enhanced distribution for your system. We could put in a 100,000 gallon tank after the water is treated, ready to go out into the system. And that would come with a high service pump station. Similar to what we have at Plant 1 on Water Street, but it would be just slightly modified. Mr. Mayor, you said something about grants. The way the report is set up in the format of the State Revolving Fund grant program. So that when we apply for grants, your report that's required to accompany grant application fits the bill.
Thank you.
Cool.
That was good foresight.
Aside from that, the projects, Commissioner, like I said, Lemon Avenue is on the shelf, ready to go. The common practice is we're in design phase while the current project is under construction, so that when it's finished being constructed, we go to bid to go back. So that's kind of the loop we're in right now with Lake Elements. And we hope to continue doing it.
Yep, indeed.
So then the next slide is just where the 5 of the intermediate projects are. You can see Lemon Avenue, for whatever reason, when they built the 8-inch trunk line from Lake Park for that, they didn't bother going the rest of the way to the well at Lemon. So Axe is really just gonna fix that gap in an 8-inch pipe between the 2 well houses. And then the midterm projects, we're identifying the Church Street pump station and new well. The new well doesn't mean we're gonna take more water out, it just means we redistribute where the water comes from in your aquifer.
So that wouldn't affect our cup usage.
No, we would still have to modify your cup, but at the time of modification, we wouldn't be asking for additional allocation.
I have one question that goes back to the previous presentation, and you may or may not have an answer to this. Those 100 and whatever, how many townhomes?
157.
157 townhomes, we're talking about putting on the other side, even though the land would be providing water to them, would that still go against our cup?
No. Because it's in their water system.
Okay, thank you.
If they want to join our water system, they'll have to make some significant improvements to it. We should try and get them to build a Church Street.
Good idea.
Yeah.
And then we have the long-term projects. Those are the wrong sheets. Those are the same sheets. I must have been tired or forgot to change out the photo, that's all. And that's all I have. Questions and answers?
Yeah, it's only 8 million, huh?
Yeah, we got to our 8.4 million there somehow.
It's over.
It's just,
Well, and let me ask a question on your cost projections there. That's, I would assume that's for hiring outside companies to come in and do this. There may be ways to save money on that. We've been talking about potential ways to engage with the county crews that are ready, willing, and able to come in and work for us.
Oh, you want to do it for 12 months?
No, I don't think so, but we can look at that. We could also look at bringing it in-house potentially, although right now, in-house is not working so hot as far as overstaffing. But if we were throwing $8 million into something, we might could change the effect there.
We could always look at building our own company house.
Yep, yeah, we could. But this is definitely what I want to, would like for us to put off most of this discussion to a workshop. Not to put it off another day, but to put it off to a better forum. We've got people here waiting to speak.
Indeed, I agree.
And, I think we're all very.
We need to have it, so yeah,
this.
I'm done.
I have one question.
Go for it.
The way I understand is that we have a mix of pipes.
Mr.
and-
Wayne, Todd.
Let's see, sizes and styles or materials. And in order to meet the fire safety, maybe that's the wrong terminology, we need to have 6 inch, but we have everything. And overall, this project is encompassing all of the lines, and it's going to take 15 years, if that's what I'm understanding.
No, that's the start of the pipe replacement program. You would
Okay.
not be able to replace all of your undersized pipes in 15 years. For the cost of that program. That is for a dedicated crew to go around where they know they have frequent breaks and start to identify the way to replace it. And that's typically done by an operations crew for a water system. That is a perpetual program for the life of the system. So for instance, 50 years from now, the pipe we just put in Virginia might have to be, because there's a lifespan. With the combination of the dedicated projects, we'll have to do and the replacement program. The first 15 years, we have hopefully a lot of overlap where you have a crew taking care of the small ones, where the others go on breaks. So we've got these targeted pipeline projects that improve your overall fire flow and system practice. But a pipe replacement, if fire hire maintenance is a perpetual, as long as we have water systems, that should be going on.
The majority of the main lines under the roads are even off the road.
We don't. The only thing we can tell you is where the exposed valves are and where the fire hydrants are. That's all I can really say at this time.
Is there anything that could be put in the water, transmitted through the pipes that can be registered? No.
The ground penetrating radar.
Ground penetrating radar is what we're banking on.
My understanding is that we purchased it, it's here. We just need to get our staff trained on how to use it, how to read it, and how to get me information.
And to create time in their schedule to do
Yeah, well, a lot of, I'm sure the similar size, the city over by the ocean has dedicated crew for this kind of thing with the budget.
This question is for you, Lee. Does CDBG block grant money, can that be used for water systems?
It can be.
Okay, I know that we've done roads with it in the past.
It's for low-income areas.
Right. But I'm sure there is as part of this plan. One of the things
years I've been saying, can we quit paving roads and we take care of our water system? So if that is part of a revenue stream that we can use.
It is, and this is maybe a discussion for another time. One of the challenges we have right now is we have 300 meters approximately that register no water consumption, no water goes through. So long story short, we really can't tell you what the revenue would be to the city if all those meters worked.
Sure.
And that's very frustrating. We just-
We're also working on that, and then hopefully we'll have more information.
Is that part of the master plan discussion?
I hope you have a recommendation for the next meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
And we'll have more information. I intend on sharing more information at the workshop about that, because that is critical.
Yeah. Yeah.
The report does not address meter replacement, because that's not a system, that's a normal.
The other thing that opened up when they passed the infrastructure, the federal infrastructure bill, was that opened it up to a lot of money available to fix the water system. And they're especially geared, they even emphasize it's especially geared to systems like ours that are so outdated that they need to be updated. We may be able to go and get 80% of the finance through the federal.
We might even get 12 of them. Seriously, sometimes it's better to shoot high than to shoot low. And I'm sure we could find ways to spend 12 million and spend it well. I'm not talking about wasting money. We just, accelerate some of these projects and aim high, and we could probably get there. 8 to the 12 go all over the system. And I appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much. Thanks for all the work you put into doing it. Can we get, how many pages is that presentation? Or what you put together, that report?
The report's about 300 pages.
Oh, I don't want that in my box.
I'll give you a test on
But we have that report, and we can come in and look at it individually here in City Hall.
We can reproduce it, double sided, it's only 150 pages, so it's not bad. And you really should have it, I mean, it's the master plan. It's meant to last a long.
That's a good point.
I'll take a digital copy.
Okay.
Likewise.
I like paper.
I like paper too. My phone's not as big as y'all's apparently.
That's
Jim, do you want a paper copy or a digital?
Oh, digital for sure.
Okay, so a couple of paper copies for us old fogies, and we can,
And you can put it on both sides if that makes you happy.
We do. And we're working like fires.
I had trouble sleeping lately, so I think this will work just fine.
Actually, I think part of it's pretty exciting, actually.
You'll love the system report output, it'll put you right to sleep. Any other
again,
questions, Mr. Mayor?
again, thank you very much. This is a huge step in the right direction for us. Appreciate it. Okay. We have reached public forum. Well, actually, no, we haven't. We're still on water. We have a couple of speaker cards where people wanted to speak about water. Particularly Deborah Duff. Deborah, if you would.
Yes.
Charlene, yours is actually on a different, slightly different thing.
I don't know if I picked the right place.
No, you're fine. This is appropriate time. And if you would state your name and address for the record.
I am Deborah Duff, 580 John Street. One question I have is, I don't know where you went, but how can you say our systems are all well and functioning if our chlorine is going down?
What's
We had our big chlorine function on January 20th.
The computer glitch.
On January 20th, I took a shower in the afternoon with my African gray parrot. That night he died. Midnight was the African gray. He wasn't old enough to die. He was less than 20 years old. African grays live to be 50 to 70 years old. I blame every single one of you up there because you represent the city of Lake Helen. when a bird takes a shower with me, and I know some of you might be going, what, you take a shower with your bird? Yes, I do. I pick a different bird every day or shower. When the birds shower with me, they intake water into their crop, which later goes through their body. Too much chlorine obviously killed my bird. That bird to be replaced would cost me between, I wrote it down here somewhere, $2,000 to $3,000 to replace him. I can't replace him. He had a bird that was bonded to him, Nikki, an African gray also. Nikki and I are still grieving. Every time I walk in that bird room and I don't hear him say good morning, or I love you, or hear him say to the other birds, you're good, my heart breaks all over again. Every day, over and over, every damn day. I moved to Lake Helen 3 years ago. I have kept birds for a number of years. Since I've lived here, 10 birds have died in 3 years. Unexplained, except for 2 of them. One of them, I will give it old age because he was in the range of age that a bird would normally die. Another one died from an injury from a larger bird. So in the 3 years that I've lived here, I've lost 8 out of 23 birds. That is 34% of my birds. 2 of my birds have gotten sick recently in the last couple months. When they took those sick birds and I put them in the tank, and I put them on formula made with bottled water, for 2 weeks, those birds got better and they didn't die. That's because I took them off of Lake Helen's water. I was late getting to the game. I didn't know about it. I didn't join the Lake Helen forums and I didn't hear people talk about the water until it was too late for some of these birds. Prior to this, I only lost 4 birds in 6 years, and I've kept birds for 30 years. It makes me sick. Lake Helen is making me sick. Lake Helen is making our pets sick. People down the street from me lost 2 boxer puppies. The veterinarian said it was the water. Tom Scotty trusts me to foster wild animals for him. I can't give them Lake Helen's water because I can't let Tom down.
I would ask you to kind of wrap up the 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm about done, but I'm going to implore of you and I am going to beg of you. I know you've got 3 bids on the table. You don't go to Dollar Tree and buy your tools. You go to Lowe's or someplace reputable. You pay more money for your tools. I'm asking you to pay more money. Don't take the low guy, don't take the low bids. Take care of our water. Because if that's who you're using now and they're giving you the low bid, they're doing you wrong. They're doing us all wrong. You gotta do it right. And I don't know where you took your samples the day the chlorine went down. I don't know where it was tested, how it was tested. Did you test it before? Did you test it after? Do you have a backup system that's gonna double check all this so that it can be monitored better? Something's gotta give and something's gotta be better. I gotta put a reverse osmosis system on my house at the main line so that my birds can take a shower, because I can't even take a shower in Lake Helen with water without getting itchy. I have to take medication to stop the itching. Something's gotta change, because this is bullshit. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph, appreciate it.
Okay.
Two items of public forum. First is Joy Taylor. Please state your name and address for the record. Thank you for your patience.
I'm happy to be here. So Joy Taylor, 208 North High Street, and I'm here with some good news. So we have Art with Heart Gallery and Food Drive coming up on February 19th, noon until 6 p.m. And this is an opportunity to support food stability on Lake Helen. Entry for this event to view all 18 artists who have so generously are offering up their art to this gallery. Is a donation of food or monetary to go to Outside the Gates Food Pantry. We also have special performances at 2 and 4 p.m. It's not just visual artists, Lake Helen has so many talented people. So we've got writers, poets, actors, pottery, basket weaving, painting, renderings, photography. So it's just, we have children artists, and we have experienced, very well-known professional artist, John Gamesh. We also have a silent auction. One of his paintings is going to be auctioned off, and all of those proceeds will go to benefit Outside the Gates Food Pantry. So we'd love to have you there, and I have flyers for it over here, and if anyone would like to take some to their place of worship, or their club, or their place of business, I would love to give you a color poster and some to hand out. And we look forward to seeing everybody there.
Can you email us the information?
Absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely. It's gonna be a good time.
Appreciate it. Thank you
Thanks.
very much.
Charlene? And public record.
Charlene Bishop, Beacon Avenue. This is something I brought up last month, and give you a little time to think on it for the last month, except Mr. Call wasn't here. Now that you have a month to let the missing public records set in, I have a couple questions that I would kind of like to answer. One is, were any of y'all surprised, disappointed, or concerned about the fact that the city has so many missing public records?
Concern?
Yeah. Why does everyone seem to be so complacent with the fact that we're missing these records, and it's like it's no big deal? And are you aware that this is a final offense? Is there anything in the works to bring our record keeping up to an acceptable standard? My final question is, why would a sitting commissioner apologize to a then city employee for being asked to supply public records and to be accountable for those records? That's my questions. So, anybody wants anything repeated or have anything you'd like to answer? I'll be happy to hear it. Or are you just gonna stay quiet on the subject?
I want to know if we have solved the problem.
No.
Have we solved the problem of maintaining public records?
Yes, going forward.
Okay.
And,
As far as going
I'd say
forward,
the last 6 months.
we've solved the problem.
Okay,
Are you
so-
good, are you good with that?
Yeah, because that was one of my questions, what has been done to fix this?
Let's just take them one by one, because if going forward we solve it, let's take the next question. What's your next question?
My next question was, why would a city commissioner apologize to a then employee for being asked to supply public records and being accountable for those public records?
Did I do that? I'm just curious.
Yes.
I apologize to.
Yes.
Who did I apologize to?
Lauren Olson, and you also sent an email to Rick, Mullins.
Would you read those, please?
Mm-hmm. I will. From Rick Basso to Lauren Olson. I am sorry you have been put through this, and thank you for volunteering the receipts. volunteering receipts that should have already been at City Hall makes no sense to me at all. And from Rick Basso to Rick Mullen.
Can I address the first one first?
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry you've been through this. What is this?
The fact that they were asked to supply the receipts for the missing receipts.
You're sure that's what I was?
Well, because you said, and I thank you very much for volunteering the receipts, so you referenced the receipts in here.
Well, that does not necessarily mean I apologize for you having to do your job. What I was saying to her is I'm sorry that you have to just go through this period.
Okay.
Okay? It wasn't, I'm not apologizing to her because she had to do her job.
Okay. And then the one to Rick says, has anyone contacted you for receipts?
And is that a reasonable question?
I guess so. I mean,
I asked him, has anyone contacted you?
Exactly.
Because
Now look,
he
I'm
should
not saying.
have, he should have.
He should.
Well, if I'm going to be accused of doing something, I thank you, I appreciate the opportunity to be able to
Exactly.
explain to you what I meant.
Okay.
So they're not taken out of context.
Okay.
Good enough.
Let's see, what was the other one? Are you aware that this is a final offense?
What, the fact?
Not having those records is a final offense.
That doesn't surprise me, but if we fix this going forward.
But it doesn't matter, they can still find for the ones that are not there now.
Okay, is that what we want to do?
Maybe.
Okay, it's not what I want to do. What I would like to do is fix the problems that we have and go forward and mend our community. I don't want to continue to dig up looking for problems that were solved, okay? Not necessarily to meet your satisfaction.
It's funny that you want to mend the community, but through the emails that I'm finding.
Yes.
And I said the very night that Nancy Weary got up here and spoke one night, when you were very condescending and rude to her, I thought to myself, dang, that's coming straight from the top. All of this dissension in town, they're seeing this from the commissioners, so it gives everybody else the okay to do it. Through the emails, I found that there are commissioners that are forwarding Nancy Weary's emails to other residents without them asking for those emails.
Did you see?
Yeah, you did.
It's a public record though, Ms.
But
Bishop.
nobody requested the
It
public
doesn't
record.
matter, it's still a public record for anybody to see.
Forward everybody's emails to other citizens.
Guilty as charged, I suppose, I don't know what of, but I clearly admit to it.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, that's fine, so maybe we do want to find all these missing records.
It doesn't
That's
rise
what
up to
you
that
wanna
level.
take. It's fine.
Doesn't rise up to that level, man, with all due
Well,
respect.
let's see.
I'm truly 100% accountable.
We do care about the public record keeping in the city, and we have addressed it, and we do, that is critical. That's a big part of what we do, what we're required to do, and we definitely want to fulfill that.
I'm curious, what
So-
exactly did I say that was disrespectful?
What?
Yeah.
Which time? Why don't you get a mirror and look into it and see if you're not the problem in this town?
I didn't say problem.
Oh,
Did not say problem. I said, have you ever looked in the mirror to see if maybe I'm wrong? I do it all the time. I know I'm imperfect. And I know if you dig long enough, you're gonna find something that I've done wrong. And if that's what we want to do in this community, is continue to dig into people's lives to find problems, then we will never mend.
no, you won't.
We won't mend when we have people who are trying to divide other people.
Well,
We all, if you want us to come together, you
Yeah.
can't go into the community with other people and continue to try to divide all of us. You really can't.
well, I believe you're right.
Okay,
And you
I appreciate,
I appreciate-
I am gonna interject here.
Thank you.
Well, in just a second, yes. We are, I hope, making strides in improvement. We really are trying to. Had two requests for a break, from here on the dais. Okay, one quick comment on public records. Go for it.
By state law, it is our responsibility to maintain public records. If there's public records missing, it's also our responsibility to do the best effort we can to find them. And I believe the staff, when they get the spare time, attempts to do that as much as possible. I know they've got a lot of different records they have to go through between digital and manual to be able to find what's missing. We've got a whole
Oh, I know.
room over there
The fire
that's gotta be
safety.
gone through because it's getting overloaded. So when we get, at the time, they are trying to find the records, and I know when they find them. And yes, we can be fined.
I know where some of those records are right now, but
We
nobody
can
wants to
lose
look
a
for them.
lot of money and everything over it if somebody files the charges against us.
Do what?
I says we can be fined and lose a lot of money if somebody files the charges against us.
Exactly.
We understand all that.
And I will add that I don't think the missing records are nefariously missing. I think we're just, I've gone through a lot of transition in staff and as you mentioned, we've got a big room full of files that nobody's consistently managed for a long period of time. So things may be missing, but we're working on it. Let's take a 5-minute recess. I mean, I'd love to be back hitting it at 7 minutes after 10. Because we got a long way to go.
Can I get one of those flyers?
God, man, what a part of commission meeting.
That's okay, man. Comes with the territory. Comes with the territory. You get a big old target everywhere.
There has been real hangs. And I let it go a little bit, trying to get the words out, and then, but it's starting to ramp up, you feel it. But I don't want to shut people off. Whenever writers talk to us, and people have no obligation to come to us. So we've got to let people express themselves. We need to train ourselves as best we can on the responses. And that's hard to do. We're just people too. And it's.
Oh, you'd be fine at it. You would. You get used to it. Oh, you definitely get used to it.
Well, one of the things that here is it really helps to have a thick skin to be up here. It really does. Well, but you, and I try to express to my girls, when you're dealing with your sister, remember that she's always don't ever say anything that's going to leave a permanent scar.
Let me tell you. Yeah.
But you know what?
And sometimes,
I just don't give her the time of day.
and sometimes you do have to just for your own self-defense, just set those boundaries. And then you just don't. And I get safer. And good quite often. You pass over.
Yeah, you're good at recognizing it. It's just it's a victim of oppression. It's a different one.
Yeah.
I'm doing it right now. As long as I don't have a job conflict. Wow, you got Alicia Keys to come? How cool.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It's gonna be.
I love them. I love them.
It's gonna stick. But
Well, money is so much more
Hey, man, good, I'm glad your date went well. I'm just glad your date went
I'm
well.
not coming because it's not obligated. I think these are great.
Well, I'm totally obligated because I want to be obligated.
Yeah. I gotta go.
Yeah, you gotta show up too. I still can't get over the gray face. The gray face is killing me. I think it's sick or something. See you. Lee, did Ms. Duffy have anything to say to you guys about these birds and everything prior to tonight? Oh my God, that is terrible.
I no, never said it. We heard that it happened. We started talking. And
That is just that's just it's terrible. To even try to understand how.
I did hear Kimberly told me that she rescues birds. I mean, these are not ones she purchases; they rescue. So, you know, a little suspicious what condition they were in when she got them.
Indeed, just the same. I just can't imagine that'd be that. Does the chlorine was that much chlorine that went through the system?
Matter of fact, the chlorine leak was at Lemon, and it was primarily what's that?
Oh, we're recording right now. Well, I mean, okay. Well, I understand what the chlorine was. It was just it was.
Primarily was in the what was it, south and south of the post office and the
That was just heartbreaking.
yeah. And so she was at the other end of the system. So you know, I don't know. I mean, that was probably the most logical thing in her mind. So, but I don't
I hate
know
for her to say she just can't drink that water because I shower.
Yeah.
All like that.
yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's return as quickly as we can. We're almost ready to start the meeting. Okay.
Yeah, I knew that.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Thank you for being brief with your breaks. I do appreciate it. We've got quite a few things to get back through. I'm going to pick up the pace as best I can. Consent agenda. Do I have a motion on or comment on the acceptance of pay bills report? Entertain a motion.
Motion to accept the payment.
Second. Motion from Commissioner Rutledge, second from Commissioner Eckert to accept the bills paid report. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? None.
Okay.
Motion carries.
Let's get into
Move to
this.
salary study. Mr. City Administrator, would you introduce this to us?
I will do this. Some time ago, we had a discussion about our inability to really attract what I consider good talented people. And it's because our salary scale is very frankly low. And so we asked me to do a salary study. We did that, we being Dominic and myself. The chief did one for the PD. And I told some of you, and I think it's an interesting story. The chief did one for his people, Dominic and I did one for the police and everybody else. And when we compared them over about $40,000, we were only off 29 cents, which I guess we were either both very right or very wrong. Right? And so we incorporated the chief's actual numbers into the study we have today. But this is our attempt to bring our entire salary scale up to a level where we can attract good people. We've already gotten some good results because of it, because we've advertised that the potential is there at the 1750s at a minimum. And we would certainly recommend the changes that I put in the salary scale report. One of the things, well, I don't want to prolong the meeting with other stories, but anyway. So if you have any questions, we'll have to answer.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
I'm sure there are.
I have a question. In regards to, line 2 on this, payroll and related projections,
Could you give me a page number on the packet?
page 20,
I'm sorry?
page 20.
Thank
And it would be line 2 on the first and second table. I was wondering if we could discuss or clarify the large jump in the
Down
salary.
to the Dominic.
Yes.
Okay. Dominic is now a hourly employee, and we use round numbers, her hourly employment would generate about $35,000 in income. She also, because of that, gets overtime, and her historic revenue base of what she was earning both the set with her hourly and with her overtime is about $50,000. So she is about $6 an hour less or more now than she would be if you took what she's currently making, going to the level of 65. And how do you justify that? I'll tell you what, she is probably the most productive person, I don't want to say equal to me. But she is one of the backbones of this organization. We would simply not be the community we are without her. She started out here for $11 with a master's degree in public health because she needed to pay her bills. Did a phenomenal job in permitting. I met her as the rest of the world fell by the wayside. She was always there as my right-hand person, director now of administration. She is the person who does the record keeping. Just talk about that. And ever since she's come to that position, there's been no question of the records, where they are, what they constantly yell at her, we're going to find this, we're going to find that. Absolutely justified in my mind.
So what is the, going rate, I guess, for the, market average for what?
Well, you know, okay, that's an interesting
Or her
question.
job title?
That is the right question.
Yeah. I don't know why I picked it on Cinda. I guess I did because of the same size. They're right at 3,000, we're right at 2,000. They have 44 employees doing what we have 18 employees doing. They have 15 police officers in that 44, we have 5. We have, myself, there are 5 people in Hansonville doing what I do. Literally 5 people. I have no idea how they occupy their time. I mean, I'm busy, but not 5 times. Dominic has 4, working over there, but she is. Everybody has to learn what to do here. Everybody is doing it. So what's the salary? It's right now, I'll just give you one example. It doesn't have to do with municipalities. And this may be a surprise to a lot of people in the audience. You can walk down to the post office and apply for a job as a post office worker right now. And the starting salary is $70,000 a year. it was blew my mind when I saw it, but that is just the way the salaries are estimated for responsible positions. And she's a department head. You know, I will tell you, she takes work home, at least mentally, if not physically, all the time. We all do it, and have to worry about things that we worry about. So it isn't, 8 hours when you go home and forget about the whole thing. I've sent her emails, she sent me emails all over the day and night about this or about that. It's just something that we do, and she's certainly not fully justified for this salary.
So one thing I hear you saying, if I could restate it a little bit, is that she has taken on a great deal of additional responsibility since she was initially hired, and those have not been addressed in her salary.
No, they haven't. Actually, she came over into administration, filling Lauren's position for the salary that Lauren's paid. And did a phenomenal job organizing and taking on those responsibilities. And when we had to replace the permits person, which she became the teacher of that person and had to teach that skill to those. We brought in another person for the finance part of the day-to-day finance, not for Zach, but for accounts payable, accounts receivable. She had to instruct them on what they should be doing. She's in charge of everybody at City Hall except me and sometimes me. But it really, we have a good team, and I wouldn't want to see it in any way shattered by people thinking that any of us are not doing it well. She really is. There was something else that I was going to tell you about policemen. One of the difficulties, to answer your question, one of the difficulties is what's the salary for a person like that? Every city calls their people different things, except for city managers, usually clear, firemen. But when we get an administrator, they put different names on it. When I started, we used to have secretaries. We don't have secretaries anymore, they're administrative assistants. But the policemen, when we instituted, if you do approve the salary study, I'm just going to give an example of that. Our highest paid policeman is going to be $21 an hour. Today, if the land has an opening in the police force and you are just a citizen, you're not a policeman yet, you go to the plan, they will hire you after the physical for $22.58 and send you to the academy to be a policeman. That's how far we are down. I mentioned the mayor today. These things I know are choking some people to think about a drastic increase or something. We're going to have to do some very similar things in next year's budget to keep ourselves current with the economy. And the 7.5% inflation rate didn't help good.
One thing that I mentioned earlier today is that it doesn't matter what we've paid anybody historically. It makes no difference to the market. The market is what the market is. The market defines itself. We don't define it. We simply live under its jackbooted thugness. So we are here trying to compete in that market. And it doesn't matter what we paid in the past. We really have to look as to where we want to be in the future and where who we want to retain and attract now. Is why we need to address the current market.
Can I throw some more roses at Dominique? On several occasions, I've tested her management skills, asking her on how something should be handled. And of course, I thought my answer was right. And she almost invariably would come up with the same answer that I have. She also is a person I keep advising virtually everything that I do. If you get emails from me, you'll notice that she always gets a copy. And that goes for you, for anybody else. On the theory that anything happens to me, I get hit by a truck on the way home, you've at least got a repository of what the history is of the community and management, what we're doing, where we're headed, good or bad. You'll have somebody who can slip in on a temporary basis if they like it, however you want to do it. The organization will continue with that institutional knowledge that she had. So I think she's absolutely an invaluable person. I will never claim I said this tomorrow when she makes a big head, but other than that, she deserves every one of the accolades.
And I just want to clarify that disrespectful.
I know.
I didn't think so, I want to go.
We, and I, in my responses as well, we have to be able to discuss things candidly up here. It's the nature of these, the city,
Absolutely.
no problem. At all. Don't mean to cut you off, Peter, but. Anybody else additionally want to weigh in?
The reason I wanted to move 10B over to here is because I wanted to make sure that those new replacements that you were looking for is in this study.
Yes.
And I think-
Where is it in the study? I didn't see it.
We've told them 2 of the 3 we had on board as of last Monday, I guess, just so we could overlap with Diane, who's leaving. So technically, I guess it's shame on me for actually hiring them before you said I could hire them. But they're filling existing positions, they're not new additions to the staff. They're filling existing, slots that are already funded. And we told them that the salary is $50 an hour. If you agree to it, it's going to go up to $17.50. And in one case, I know that was a turning point of them making a decision to come with us. And they come a resident, so far she's doing a fine job. So, but we have told them, don't come 17.50 or 50, but certainly can push it. I think it's a good salary start.
Now, do you anticipate any additional hires?
Oh, excellent question. Yes and no. I tell you, the big unknown is we've got the contract for the plant, the water plants. How we handle the distribution that Derek is talking about is something we're working on right now. The county has said they would like to help, and going to give us a proposal for on-call personnel. We still don't have a handle on the distribution system for the water. We do it now with a mixture of our people from Public Works become water people at the same time. And if we could get some sort of a stability in the water system, I'll know how many Public Works people we have. Now, Public Works in the summer is occupied mostly by grass cutting. And to me, that's a waste of our people. I would rather have fewer people year round and contract that out to the people who do that kind of work in the summer. We're paying people, 15, 20, more than that, $17 to $20 an hour, where they could pay a lot less for their people, and we're finished with it. So that. I don't have a handle on how many, but I know we are short-staffed. I just don't want to hire people. Heather, we talked at length. She's concerned that we're understaffed, and my wife does too. That makes a difference. And I don't want to hire anybody. Once the old saying, once you hire somebody, the work always expands to fill the number of employees that you have doing it. So we'll never know if we hire somebody, do we really need that person. I want to be sure we need the person before we hire the person. And so far, nobody's died of exhaustion, so I'm not worried. But we are all busy. And I'd rather keep it that way until I can really find a defined job for a new person and then hire the person for that job. Rather than just, we need an extra here, we need help here.
And I'll throw on top of that is that this is why we hire experience at city administrator position. And leaning on that experience, I think is in this case, a good thing to do. I appreciate that, the way he addressed that very much. Not saying he would think anything different. I'm just-
In general, I would like to take care of issues like this in budgetary times. That's the time of year to do it. I also believe that we're in sort of unprecedented times, and that you know better than anyone here what we need to do to keep good health. At the same token, I don't want to feel like we're being held hostage every time somebody wants a raise.
Oh, no.
So,
no, the impetus for the raise really came from the commission as instructions to me. How do we attract and maintain good people? It didn't come from the employees, so I'm underpaid on that. And we had a fair transition of people in those positions. But we put out $500 ads in the newspaper, and we get 2 to 3 applicants, none of which are qualified. very frustrating when we have to list the salary that we have. So I'm encouraged we're going to be able to get good quality people to come in and know that they're going to be treated properly.
Yeah, a long time coming, Mayor.
I agree.
So you helped me understand a little bit. I had, frankly, and of course, I'm extremely candid sometimes and embarrassing to myself too as well. You and I well know that already. Yeah. 25,000 bump is great. 22,000 bump is great. Fortunately, we're in the city's in a pretty decent position financially. Now, that's not a reason to go ahead and give carte blanche and say, yeah, okay, no worries. So, that being said, right? For me, and Commissioner Basso, you were left with a mess. Ms. Drager.
I would agree with that.
Yes.
Ms. Drager was left with a mess.
Yes.
Call it how it happened, whatever happened. It was a mess on a wide variety of topics and issues. You managed to find your way through it all because it was difficult. I know it was difficult, and we only know a small piece of it up here, right? Other than what our citizens tell us and our feedback, some of the other feedback through social media and such of that. So I have a tremendous amount of respect that you were able to keep your head high and wave yourself through all of this. Wave, not the right word. Navigate yourself through all of this is what I'm trying to say. At the same time, Mr. Evatt was hired and came in and inherited that mess in which you were working in. And it put a significant pause on the team building, the teamwork, the leadership, the administration, the response to the citizens. We're almost a retail business in intellectual knowledge, right? People call, how much is this? People call, I need these people, this public record. So, and we were not responsive enough during all that. It all came down to you and then you. So then finding this working relationship has been great. I've been one to watch it actually blossom and get to a level that is it's still being worked on. I can see that, but it's a lot less, I'm sensing a lot less pressure between the both of you. Then we lose the police chief. And then we hire a police chief. And that's a good thing, but again, that took us back a little bit. Now we're making moves forward. This is the first time that I felt we really turned a corner with this. I've said it a couple of times, and it never happened. This time is a little different, I think. I understand you have a tremendous amount of bias, positive bias with Ms. Drager.
Yeah.
For obvious reasons. I mean, you navigated and still are navigating through a significant amount of management and leadership issues. Even from the private sector, you look at this and go, wow, what a lot to go through. And in the process of managing this commission as clerk, you took the job on as clerk, and in managing this commission's business with the citizens and managing this city with our attorney and then with other communities. And I really feel you guys have turned a corner. Now, there's been little hiccups here and there. I get it. But man, I'm telling you, this is, it's a big change, and we're still going through change. So one thing about leading change is important if you can control or try to have some impact upon that change, because you can't predict what that change is going to be. But if you were to be able to manipulate and work a little bit of the process of that change, at least you have some idea of managing through the change. I'm not trying to duplicate words here. Change is always inevitable. Always. It will never, ever stop. Having an input in it can help one understand why that change is important. The salaries are important. That's a significant change for the city. And it's a big change for a lot of our citizens. And regrettably, when you're up here, you do have a sense of what Commissioner Burton, Vice Mayor Burton used to say, that you know how to make the sausage up here, you know what's in the sausage. And for the most part, we have very active, involved citizens. But for the larger part, most of these citizens in town have no idea how much you make. A lot of them don't even know your name, Mr. Eddie.
Right.
And that's to be expected. It's the same thing with volunteer groups. 10% of the volunteers do 100% of the work. So what I'm saying to you is it's time is due. I am concerned about future budgets. I also know our city is growing in a way that's positive. We have a wonderful, attractive real estate market here, and for the third year in a row, and more than likely fourth year in a row, another double-digit increase in property taxes. We're going to end up having a larger impact, I imagine, if something happens over there at the annexed property, where we're going to have to hire another police officer perhaps, or not. I don't know if that's something you guys, so these are my concerns. We're going to get parity here. We're going to find that balance. We're going to get parity in our salaries, and we're going to be competitive. And we can't keep our heads in the sand anymore and expect everything for less than nothing, essentially. And we all hear living wages. Well, here we are deciding it's a living wage. So, but my concern is how this affects our budgets going forward. And we don't know that, and I'm not letting that preclude my decision here tonight, but I just have to it's important to get that out and get that established, that this does have an impact going forward in our budgets and with new hires.
It does. And there's a number of things I could mention to you. Well, the automobile, my counterpart in Atlanta has mentioned that, he wants to do an interlocal agreement for them to patrol with the police.
Interesting. That's good news.
Which sounds good that way, but if anything like the fire department, they're gonna put every cost, yes, on what they can. And that's what I would do if I was him, to tell you the truth. But anyway. So it's a minefield, and you gotta walk through it and pick the best avenue through there for the city. We're doing some really neat things with the property of the 80 acres of pasture. We're taking that out of inventory. So where else are we gonna have the revenue from property taxes?
We hope to take that out of that.
Yeah, to take that out of inventory. But, one of the things, and I know this is far afield there, but in the discussion today, the density in the auto mall is 8.9 units per acre. The maximum in our comp plan is only 8, and the maximum in our zoning code is only 4. So we're adding 25% more population to the city than we have now. It's a big number, and that's expensive in terms of services. They don't even know the study how much we're going to make. First of all, it's not going to be that much, and if they made Dazzle 100,000, that's not going to cover it.
Yeah, I agree with the mayor said it rarely pays for itself.
Yeah.
But there is the economies of scale as the revenue streams mature and the expenses become equally managed.
We are getting a little far afield. I would like to come back to the pointed question of the salary setting and whether or not we want to approve. Okay, Commissioner, you have the floor.
I agree with the salary increases to bring us in par with everybody else. The only question I have, and I understand your reasoning for, contracting out the grass mowing during the summer times, that should be spring, summer, and fall. And the 1 week of winter we don't have, we won't need them.
I haven't done it yet.
I think the public works people are getting way overworked even without doing the grass cutting. And I don't think cutting the 2 positions is a viable solution to that.
I'd rather again experiment with them to see, because we're going to be doing reorganization. We're bringing in a new director, and he's got a new management philosophy. I want to see how he manages the resources given initially before we add people to it. So that's my short-term vision of that. Yeah.
Did the new guys get told that they were an experiment?
Yeah, I thought that. I wondered about that.
You have some secrets.
No, those are valid concerns.
Okay.
Any other comments? And then,
I would like to know if we can split this up and just approve one section tonight.
which section?
And then maybe save the rest for budget.
Which section do you have in mind?
The police.
And your rationale behind that being?
I looked at, I mean, I could be mistaken, but from what I've seen, the police department, if you go to DeLand, is making significantly more per hour than what we are currently paying. I think this is a change that needed to happen prior to today. Not that these other ones aren't warranted, but maybe they're less pressing.
So you want to do the police department and not the other, or do you want to do the other and
The
not?
police department has a union and they're getting ready to do contract negotiations, which will include pay increases from the police department. So we've got to see what they're going to request for that and make up the difference on it.
Can I speak on that real quick?
Basically,
But how does that,
Vice President Keegan.
Commissioner Etheridge, how does that relate to her question?
Well,
She's wanting to
I
cut
have
the
a
police
question.
department out.
Yeah, do you want to not approve the police department side of this? You want
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying, only approve the police department, that's why I wanted to be sure that she was saying. And the admin portion of it would be another discussion.
Either table it or have included in a workshop or wait till budget.
So is
But
that?
I don't want to approve the other ones today. That's my personal.
So you would like to approve the police side and not the rest?
Yes.
Why?
Because from my, like I said, I could be mistaken, but from my research, the difference that needs to happen for them,
Them
police,
Okay.
police force, is significant. Not that these others aren't, but it seems more pressing. I may not be explaining that fully, but to my
No,
knowledge,
you-
the
well,
police
let me
department
restate
of
it, see,
DeLand.
let me restate it, see if I understand. You're wanting to, you think the police department, raises are pressing and need to be done now? Should have been done already, I think you said. But you feel like the admin and public works side, that it's not so pressing and you want to delay it until budget time, all the way until October, or well, we'd be discussing it long before that, but, okay. Well, I
It's just a
understand.
thought, and
I
I'm
understand,
open
no, I
to some
understand
discussion.
the thought, I appreciate that.
It's just my understanding, you know, if a police person who's not even fully through the certifications of the police department, you go into DeLand and get hired on it, 22 or so dollars, is it? And we've got an officer making, what, 15 or so? I mean, it just seems,
1750 be the minimum, 21 something would be the maximum. And I should tell you, I told the chief and I told the union that we're making, I'm proposing for the police to institute the salary scale, but there's no question in my mind, we're gonna have to have another significant increase in next year's budget. I just didn't want to load this year's into this year without going through the budget process. I hope we don't have to load too many admin and public works into it, but I know our police are still behind it. There's no question.
right.
And I mean, the union loves to hear that, you know, all of a sudden management agrees with it, which is always a dangerous thing.
Yeah, and conversely,
And all the other employees, if we're going to keep on staying behind the 8 ball, we'll never get into that winning line.
Right.
And the employees are gonna keep on leaving here because they go somewhere else and get paid more. So even though the state minimum wage is only still at $10 and ours went to 15, the
say,
To bring it up to the next level will get us the employees that we need to fill the vacancies and stuff.
I'll also say, I remember a study when at our in former life, when minimum wage was $5.25 an hour. We had quite a few minimum wage employees. For what?
When I started working in sport, I was.
Yeah, but at $5.25 an hour, they determined that a single turnover within an organization costs $17,000 at $5.25 an hour. Training, advertising, lost productivity, all of those things that they can lump into that reasonably, from a management point of view, cost $17,000. Every time we're turning people over here, we're spending more money than we realize. It's a hidden cost, but it's significant. And I think that's something that I feel like we have been shortchanging ourselves. There's been an expression that I've heard many times in Lake Helen, which almost turns my stomach every time I hear it. It's good enough for Lake Helen. We've kind of had that mentality on our pay scales and on people we've, not the people per se, but it's like, we're modest here. We'll only pay a little bit. We'll be able to get people, and we do kind of tool along. But I think we've hurt ourselves in the long run that, with that mentality. I think we need to step up our game, make ourselves more competitive. And in the long run, I think we'll save money and have a better product for the citizens.
And conversely, Commissioner Rutledge, I echo what the mayor has to say in the cost of a lost employee. I've watched the cost of a lost staff virtually here in the city of Lake Helen. And it has been a significant cost to the public and the lack of response, our record keeping skills, abysmal. So there's been some recognized costs in that. And this is not an easy decision to make. Because it has ramifications going forward with the community and with the budget as well. But I have, when I say I've turned a corner, that's what I mean. I sense a corner has been turned. And that, even though we're small, even though we're rural, and if I were to use the chief's department and the officers that are here tonight, we are not a sleepy old quiet town anymore. We are a quiet small town with issues that demand professional responses and professional accountability. So if we were to agree to this, I'm going to look for more performance. I'm going to look for more consistency in that performance. I'm going to look for more stability in your force and more consistency in that as well too, because it is that partnership.
And to what you said earlier, I think we're already seeing that, and I think recognizing this tonight, and I'm speaking in support of this salary study and adopting it. I think we've seen that. I think we are moving in the right direction, and I think to not do this would severely negatively impact that.
I was really looking forward to this discussion because I wanted to hear feedback.
Absolutely.
I wanted to hear reasons. I wanted to hear all of this. I wanted to hear you guys. And I've heard it.
Yes, you may. I'm sorry. Commissioner Vassal wanted to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was gonna say, we've had people work for us in this community for a long time. And they stay here, working here, because they love the city, they love their job. And because they were paid less, I think they were given a lot more flexibility to do their job than your typical cookie cutter, check the box, do exactly what you do in corporate America, if you will. And I don't think that particular behavior is supported anymore. I think there are many people in the community who want us to go right down the line and do things exactly the way the government manual sets it out. And that's fine, that can be done. But those people who were working for less and here just for now providing more scrutiny, providing more pressure, if you will, they're leaving here. And so how do you fix that?
well, you have to become competitive in the market. Now, the way I look at this is your team. You put your team together. I'm sure you've gone over this thing frontwards and backwards. You've looked at everything, and I think that you pushed it as far as you think that you could possibly push it. I know that we're gonna see this again in the fall, at budget time, and I know we're gonna receive another increase at that time. That should not impact the decision you make tonight. So I would rather support you and your team and anything that you want to do than selectively try to carve this up to save a few pennies right now.
Can I just mention one thing, when the Vice Mayor said, I'm not sure you're aware of it, once the common theme of the whole staff is not only we're a small city, but we're a small city that's very unique in Volusia County, not in the state. I mean, and everything we do is geared to try to maintain that uniqueness, that attitude that everybody who is a visitor here understands and appreciates. I mean, we may think we're Mayberry, but other people think we're heaven. And, that's not easy to maintain in a modern community with all the state regulations and all that stuff. We need to have a special mentality to go forward. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, and we all wax poetic a little bit. And rightly so. There's more that goes into making a staff happy and a workplace a good place to work than just money. But it's a foundational piece. So I think we've all got our say. Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve proposed salary schedule for the period January 1, 2022 through September 30th, 2022.
Second.
I'll second.
A motion from Commissioner Eckert and a second from Commissioner Basso to approve the proposed salary schedule for the period January 1, 2022 to September 30, 2022. Any further discussion? Thank you very much.
Is there any public feedback?
I have no cards for public feedback. Okay. So this is a big one, so I'm going to call by zone. Zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2.
Yes.
Zone 3.
Yes.
Zone 4.
Yes, sir.
And I vote yes. I would like to, if you will indulge me, move item 11, the quasi judicial hearing. We have Mr. Morales has been here for a long time this evening, and I think it's going to be a relatively quick thing. So I would like to move 11 forward in the meeting and get our quasi judicial hearing taken care of. Does anybody, without objection, can I do that?
Suits me.
Sounds good.
All right, so quasi judicial hearing is hereby convened for the projects at 444 West Main Street, which is the shed, at 442 Macy Avenue, which is the shed, and at 475 West Michigan, which is the shed and a fence. I do have one blue card for a public speaker, Mr. Peter Bouvet. Are you here? He's not here, I guess we wore him down.
Yeah.
But all of these have been recommended by the Historic Preservation Board for approval. I don't think there's anything particularly controversial. I'm sorry to make you wait this long to defend something that might have come up. Thank you very much for your patience with us this evening. I do typically want to assure you that I'm going to try and get this as close to the beginning of the meeting as I can. We had some extenuating circumstances this time. I'll try not to let that happen at the end. I apologize. Yeah, I do need to do a few things here. Has there been any ex parte communication on any of these from any commissioners?
I have spoke with a member of the historical board.
Okay. Any other additional ex parte?
Not here.
Okay, hearing none. I will entertain a motion from anybody who'd like to make a motion on these three items.
3 or 4. There's 4 items, I believe.
One of them is one that was approved and we turned it over to the historic board to make the change on. And they approved the changes for that one. I think that's a summit one.
Yes, and we'll address that one. Would you mind addressing that after we take this vote? if you could just tell us a little summation of how that resolved itself, I would appreciate it. So let's, I'll again entertain a motion on these three.
I make a motion that we set the quasi judicial certificate of appropriateness for 444 West Main Street, 442 Macy Avenue, and 475 West Mississippi.
Got a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve these three properties as recommended by the Historic Preservation Board. Any further discussion on these three?
I would like to,
Of course.
and talk about just sheds in general. There seems to be a difficulty for citizens to purchase sheds that meet our architectural design standards for the Gateway corridor. Just because there's difficulty in finding a company that actually provides what we want does not mean that we change our standards. So with that said, if staff is pressured to do something and they are, what's the word I'm looking for? Sensitive to the client's needs, I think it's critical that we hold the line to our standard because everyone else in that community either has or will. So that's, and I also believe that if a shed company gets wind of our needs and our habit and what we expect, that some smart entrepreneur will figure out how to make a shed to satisfy the people of Lake Helen, and nobody else will have one, and they'll get to sell it to everybody. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, any additional discussion?
As an aside, I appreciate Mr. Morales' formatting of this tonight. It's easily understood. In advance of the meeting, it was easy for me to do my research. Thank you, sir.
Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Morales, if you would, last month we had a rather contentious few moments, and we punted a situation back to you in the hopes that it could be resolved. If you could just tell us how that worked out.
Certainly, Bobby Morales, Historic Design Consultant. I think you're referring to Sir 691 North Summit Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we did take it back and discussed it, and it appears that the board, historic board, came to a consensus with what the applicant needed to do. At the end, I did a quick sketch, and the board and the applicant agreed that that would be the solution. And the applicant, I believe, has either started or already completed the work. There's also some landscaping, further landscaping enhancements. They have recommended certain things, the board had some questions, they made some adjustments to that. So it seems like everybody's happy.
Excellent. Well, thank you for that. Normally, we don't fund things back that way, but this one, we were trying to protect the homeowner's timeframe. He had a pressing matter, and we try and be flexible where we can, and I'm glad that worked out the way we had intended it. Thank you for making that work. Sorry for making you wait so late this evening. I assure you that I'm going to try and keep the board presentation earlier in the meeting.
It was an education, because I got to understand the city better. So thank you.
Well, we should charge you.
I'm good.
Thank you very much. Okay, back to the agenda. Item B, policy for staff guidance, adjustment of the building statements resulting from water leaks. Mr. City Administrator?
This particular policy was generated as a suggestion of the commission. We did not have a clear policy, and the only policy we really had was we referred these matters to the commission, and the commission wanted to have a policy that could be administered by the staff, as opposed to having necessarily come to the commission. So we've developed this particular policy. It's a lot of thoughts been given to it in terms of making it available to citizens who have a genuine need and keeping those who are looking for another reason or excuse not to pay that particular quarter. To be one. We think it's appropriate. I know we've had some comments that, you know, some of our thoughts are maybe a little excessive. But it's up for your discussion, and as an example, one of the bill adjustments was to include the fourth quarter, be the leak quarter, which would take the penalty up fairly significantly in some cases, as opposed to just averaging the previous four quarters, with the understanding that we already had a plumber, and that's probably going to cover us through enough to seem like a penalty anyway. So it's up for your discussion and what you would like to do. We are recommending, Ms. Deli, that the staff will allow you to administer this, and we can take care of those. We would charge a $50 fee for every calculation, and everyone is satisfied with this particular situation, but again, we thought it was appropriate for those that really have a genuine need. Anyone want to say it?
No, sounds good.
Okay.
I'll throw in and say that we've had numerous times people come before this commission, rightfully so, to say help.